gentlemen, my name's Aya Isvaria, and we are back for day 2 of the Razer C Invitational 2022. So I just would like to thank everybody for supporting us yesterday. But welcome back here on the stream to everybody who's watching. Thank you for sticking around. And of course, the Razer C Invitational features 10 of the top teams coming all over from Southeast Asia as they duke it out and battle it out for a whopping prize of $30,000 to pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. So the tournament is sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by, of course, yours truly, Razer, by gamers and for gamers. So to just give you a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday, Cambodia versus Myanmar yesterday had a tie, so we'll be having a tiebreaker one of these days coming up this week. And Laos with a sweep also with the Philippines. Congratulations to all the countries that are being represented today. And of course, you will be able to see for the matches. For match 1, game 1 will be against Laos versus Cambodia this time. So let me see you guys flex your flags right now here in the chat. Make some noise and root for your teams right now, just to give them the moral boost that they need, and so we can hear you loud and proud. So we'll be opening the Razer C Invitational Day 2. This is the Mlbb division, and we're not going to hold you guys back any longer. I'm passing this mic once again to our awesome casters. Let us welcome Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's go, guys.
Thank you, Miss Aya, for that energetic hosting for today's Day 2 of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Again, I am Ian. Alongside me is the veteran and the young-looking BK. BK, how are you doing so far?
Hi, Ingan. I love how you kind of push that information about being young and being a veteran. I don't know. I feel like that's you. That's not so much of me. But you know what? We're back for the second day of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. I'm looking forward to this next match since this is Laos and Cambodia. Cambodia yesterday, like what Aya mentioned, they won one game, but unfortunately they lost the other one. And as for Laos, they just need to do what they did yesterday. It was a clean sweep for them, and I feel like if they continue doing this, they can just keep getting points over and over again here in the Invitational.
Clean 2-0 sweep for the side of Laos, while Cambodia, on the other hand, 1-1 against, I forgot the opponent, but we'll see who will win in today's, against Myanmar. So we'll see who will win against Laos versus Cambodia in a best of 2 series here in the Day 2 of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
Yep, and here we have it, the drafting phase, Laos and Cambodia going head-to-head in this very first series for today. Once again, it's going to be a best out of 2, which means that this is not like winning the series. It's more of getting points, getting as much points as you need. And right now, Laos, they are on the blue side, which means they get the first pick. And Laos, we know that they are the type of team that, goes for those unconventional picks or those types of compositions that are just like, really? Is that going to work out? But actually, they had the Kimmy yesterday, the Kimmy, Rafaela, and the Uranus. I believe they were the ones who made that work, as well as the 1-1 with a spectacular comeback up against Brunei. But right now, Laos actually respecting the Johnson
ban.
Yeah. It has been a staple for Cambodia. If you've been watching their professional league or their MPL, they actually bring this out very often. I mean, it's not in the meta, but the surprise factor is just there. Johnson, Lunox. I mean, yeah, you can take out the Johnson, then you deal with perhaps the Kagura, the Lunox, or whoever he's gonna ride on, right? But Johnson for Laos, Valentina, I feel like these are still the same picks that are going to be taken out for the second day. Valentina, Selena, I feel like these are the heroes that won't be open, as well as the Hayabusa that seems to be a very popular pick in Cambodia.
And as you can see, Valentina and Hayabusa is indeed banned once again, and I do believe what BK said, that Selena will be banned again. As last time the Selena was open, Selena was fully utilized using that abyssal arrow, hitting every single time Selena casts his skill. So I think we won't be seeing any Selena for the rest of the series tonight.
Yeah, Selena, as well as I'm kind of thinking along the lines of an Eve as well, could be taken out, since Farsa is not so much of a popular pick right now in the meta. So I feel like maybe
Your
some pause
team
for
is
yeah,
banning.
Cambodia. This is usually the case. They take out pause for heroes or the mid laner, the supports. Given that Laos is they want to solidify their lanes, and at the same time they also win their side lanes, their gold lanes, their exp lanes. So it's kind of understandable. The Lilia, maybe they'll go for something along the lines of a Barrett's or Uranus jungle. I mean, these are new new types of metas in Mobile Legends, but I'm not surprised if we'll see some of those today. So Laos for their final ban. It seems like they're doing a little bit more of they spread out their bans, so more of the tank, the jungler, and maybe perhaps a phosphor,
Your
which
team
is
is
Cecilion.
banning.
Mind you, when it reaches the peak power, it's definitely hard to deal with. Cecilion for the final ban here of Laos. Cambodia, Selena. I feel like Selena here, or maybe along the lines of Matilda, Eve. These are the possible bans here for Cambodia.
As I remember from yesterday's series, one of the surprising mid laners that were the most effective was actually a Veil. Veil with those it is
Veil.
used by the Philippines. Veil was actually a good mid laner, actually setting up sets for himself by himself. So I do believe we will be seeing a lot of Veil action here if Veil doesn't get banned, but I think Selena will be indeed the last ban. Oh no, it's Blue, so they opened up, Cambodia opened up the Selena. So will Laos pick up the Selena?
Yeah, Laos can go with the Selena for the first pick, but mind you, there's also the Paquito that's still open, that's up for the grabs, which seems to be a very popular choice of a jungler. Lancelot as well.
Your
But
team is picking.
it's already a given. You take out the
So how
Blue,
would
they want to
you
open up
counter?
Selena.
How would you counter the Selena? Would you go for
Selena,
the
I
Paquito
would-
right away?
I feel like a great answer to the Selena would be a Grok. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
as a
a
tank
Grok-
user,
a
right?
Grok
Grok would be great. Yeah, Grok would be great. Paquito is a good start as well for Cambodia, and perhaps along the lines of Esmeralda, Paquito, maybe Paquito, Eve, but yeah, Paquito, Matilda
And
would be
Paquito
good as
and
well.
Your
Matilda.
team is picking.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another XP lane matchup between Uranus and Esmeralda. I think
Yeah,
like
Esmeralda
4
could
out
be a
of the
pick.
6 games from yesterday's series, we saw Esmeralda go up against Uranus in the XP lane. So I think we'll be seeing more of that in today's action.
I'm thinking of Lolita and maybe perhaps an Esmeralda
Your
for the side
team
of
is
Laos
picking.
would be good. But they since they already got their jungler for the side of Cambodia, it's actually wise that Laos
team
took
is
that
banning.
Paulus. It seems to be a popular pick up against them, but Cambodia now gets the
Phobias.
so now takes out the Esmeralda, because I kept mentioning this earlier. It would be good up against the lineup here of Cambodia. There are just so many shields here. You have a Paquito, you have a Matilda, and you have a Esmeralda. Yeah,
Esmeralda will be
I kept saying this. I feel like Laos should have gotten that Esmeralda frills. I mean, up against an Olos, it doesn't seem to be something that Cambodia will take away or will ban away actually. But it seems to be a popular choice. It seems to be a comfort pick for Laos. Even yesterday, they've used this hero twice. So
Twice for that clean sweep.
Yeah, twice for their jungler role. So understandable why they picked that. But if I were Laos, I would have gone for the Esmeralda. It would have been
Your
so
team
good
is
with their
banning.
lineup right now. But Cambodia also taking away the possible gold laners here for the side of Laos. There's still a lot open here, by the way. Beatrix, the Clint.
Edith.
If you're
Even
talking
Edith is still open.
Yeah, Edith is still open. With I'm not so sure how the matchup will be if you're going up against a Phobius. But yeah, Edith would still be good here for the side of Laos, especially since the first 3 heroes here for Cambodia are actually dive heroes. So and Edith would be good for the counter setup. They do have a Lolita as well, so it would fit well with their composition to answer out to what Cambodia has. But the Popol and
Your
Krupa
team
for
is
the
picking.
final ban here. kind of thinking that Laos might be going along the route of Brody Gold Lane, or maybe even
Mm-hmm.
Clint Gold Lane. But right now, there. Speaking of marksman, speaking of gold laners, there's a lot open here. Brody, the Clint, and the Beatrix. These are still open for both teams to grab. So Cambodia, which will they take? Will they take the Brody? Will they take the Beatrix? Or will they take the Clint? That's the biggest question for them. Or perhaps they go with a pause for heroes, since there's a lot of heroes taken out already in this case. Eve was also banned here by Laos. So Kagura perhaps in the mid side. It would be great to go up against a Selena. You have the instant purify with the Rasho Umbrella Flea, and not to mention the burst damage of Kagura would be great. But speaking of gold laners, we did mention that the Clint is open. So I feel like Laos could answer it out with the Beatrix, which is still open, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So they Cambodia will go indeed with that Clint. So Laos, a lot of gold laners still available, as you mentioned. Brody might be their main gold laner, but who will be their XP laner?
Mhm. XP laner, since this is kind
Oh,
of like a
Uranus.
Uranus, yeah. Esmeralda is already out.
Esmeralda
I
has
feel.
been banned, so as yeah.
Mhm. Oh, you know what would be great here for the last pick of Cambodia, just in case that this is going to be the final pick of Laos, the Uranus and the Brody, okay? Cambodia can go with the Lunox. That would
Oh, the
totally be great.
Lunox,
Yeah,
yes.
to counter out the Uranus, to also counter out perhaps the Selena. It's instant SS coming in from, or special skill coming in from the Lunox would actually counter out the Abyssal Arrows or the possible setups here from the side of Laos. I'm not so sure if they want to go that route, or maybe yeah, Kagura. Yeah, those are the next best options. I don't think they'll go for a Farsa. It's so difficult to go up against the lineup of Laos. So I'm thinking something along the lines of a Lunox or maybe even a Kagura would be great here for the side of Cambodia. It just depends on what's their comfort pick, right? What's their comfort pick? What are they comfortable playing with? I mean, if you bring out something that you're not comfortable with, it's going to be difficult to actually execute what you want to happen.
But yesterday, Cambodia actually used Lunox, and the bursting capabilities of that Lunox paved the way for a victory for the side of
Oh,
Cambodia, along with that Johnson. But they will go instead
for,
with a good
for the
frontliner in Yu Zhong.
Okay, so this kind of shakes things up, right? You don't really usually see this. Like, I was expecting them to go for a Lunox mid lane, but this kind of confirms the fact that this is a mid lane Phoveus. Okay, mid lane Phoveus, pos 5 Matilda. Or actually, it could go both ways. Like, pos 4 Matilda, then pos 5 Phoveus. This is something I've seen in the meta of Cambodia. Something that is actually quite fresh for the Philippines. We haven't seen this. Phoveus and Matilda in the mid lane for the side of Cambodia. Interesting enough, especially since there's a lot of blink skills here, or a lot of dashes for the side of Laos. But here we go. We head into the land of dawn for the very first game between Cambodia and Laos for this day number 2 of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
And as we wait for the game to start, drop down below in the comment section who are you rooting for. I want to see Laos and Cambodia make some noise in the comment section. Let's go. As I remind you, this is a best of 2 series. It is a point system. Laos versus Cambodia. Comment
Right.
down below. Who do you want to win?
I'm trying to check. Like Cambodia, they need like another point, right? Just to speed things up. And as for Laos, they've already had a clean sweep. They had a fantastic Valentine's Day yesterday, 2-0 up against Brunei, if I'm not mistaken. So they just need to keep this going. I hope they had a wonderful evening yesterday, like right after the games here in Razer. But right now, if we're taking a look at the composition, Laos right now they need to leverage on this Selena pick. I mean, we've seen it yesterday how they were able to dominate the early stages of the game, and that was just it. They were able to snowball from there and therefore go for the final, or that final GG push in the 30-minute mark.
Actually, Selena in yesterday's game was able to take a double kill before the 1 minute mark, actually taking out the jungler of their enemy. So I do believe we will see Selena being utilized here as Yu Zhong goes right after that Uranus. I think there will be a clash in the mid lane as Selena going right after that Phoebus, but Phoebus will back up as Paquito still continuing to chase that Selena. Reinforcement on the side of this Aulus. Aulus will indeed protect that Lolita. Disengages for the both team. Good clash on the side of Cambodia.
Oh, Cam actually still going for Lelouch.
Matilda still went for that Lolita. for the first blood. Matilda not giving up on that, Lolita, still eyeing to get that first blood kill. They already heard you, BK, when you said that they have to utilize this first minute mark. They have to get a kill right away to be able to have that snowball effect later in the game.
That was quite good. I felt like Lelouch just wanted to back away from that. But I mean, D7, if you are a Matilda, you can totally go on the full aggressive side, especially since you have a Paquito backing you up, or you have Sion in this case backing you up. But right now, in the gold lane, it seems like Biston is actually having a great time up against Cam Fury here. Already dominating the lanes, especially since oh, your name.
Oh, Paquito went right after that Olus and an extra taunt as he brings down that Olus, sets it up for this turtle takedown on the side of Cambodia as they continue to go right after that Phobius. Matilda tries to save his Phobius as the forces of Laos back up. Paquito will get the free turtle in the 2-minute mark here in Best of Series.
Yep. The thing is, both yeah. The thing is, Ingen, that both teams they actually want to go for the pickoffs immediately, given the fact that there's a Matilda here for Cambodia and there is a Selena under the hands of Pika Cat here on the side of Laos. But the biggest thing is that they're not focused on like perhaps objective takes here, and Cambodia they know that very well. Okay, that was their mistake yesterday. They weren't able to convert their kills into tower takes. Therefore, it was Myanmar that actually took the other game. So right now they are kind of bouncing back from their mistakes. They kind of are learning from what happened yesterday. So right now, standing at the 2-0, Cambodia looking really good right now, especially with this Phobius mid lane. It's actually really working out for them.
I think Laos is trying to go for those isolation kills as they picked up the Selena, but the rotation of Cambodia just couldn't find a way to isolate any of the players. As you can see, they always rotate in twos. Cambodia's rotation, making sure that they won't get, even though you get hit by that Abyssal Arrow, there will be reinforcements as Phobius goes right after that Lolita. Circling Eagle on that Brody. Brody will go down and he's still trying to go for that Lolita. Double kill on the side of that Paquito as Lolita goes down, and now they try to go for the push on the tier 1 tower as Clint tries to push this tower and Paquito goes for the crab. What an amazing rotation on the side of Cambodia. That actually that started with an Abyssal Arrow hit on that Paquito, but Paquito was able, that Matilda was able to use that Circling Eagle to isolate that Brody, therefore finishing him off in the process. What an amazing clash on the side of Cambodia.
Yeah, the bait here from the side of Cambodia was great. The Abyssal Arrow from Pika Cat was on point there, but the biggest thing there was the Demonic Force from Cam C Cat. Rather on this Phobius. So he popped in that ultimate, and you know what? When the Phobius has its ultimate, you have to back away. It's just gonna keep dashing. It's just gonna keep using its ultimate, not unless you don't dash. Okay, that was the biggest factor of the clash. They were so disoriented with this Phobius' ultimate. Therefore, Cambodia was able to get the pickoffs that they wanted. And right now, Laos looking to equalize by actually positioning themselves here in this turtle.
That Demonic Force was actually the main point of that clash right now as we see another clash here in the turtle lane. Paquito will bring down that Selena and tries to go after that Uranus, but goes instead, focuses on the objective, goes for that turtle instead. Another clean turtle on the side of the Cambodia as Cambodia leads this match with a 5-0 score in the scoreboard.
Yeah, but Sion already on a killing spree here with this Paquito. And it kind of, I feel like I kind of understand why Cambodia opened up the Selena in the first place. If you take a look at the composition here of Cambodia, who are you going to try to pick off? I mean, Cam Fury in this case, that's the best hero that you can pick off, the softest one, I would say here for the side of Cambodia, but the rest are quite tanky here. The Phobius, the Paquito, the Matilda, as well as the Yuzong here are not heroes you want to pick off here. It's just a Pika Cat is not having a good time at the Selena. It's totally, Cambodia was totally prepared for the Selena pick, and they know how to deal with it.
Regarding this gold lead, I don't even think that Pika Cat can actually burst Cam Fury since they're so behind in the gold lead as Clint is actually doing so well in the top lane, guarded by that Matilda. And as you can see, the bot lane will go down in hands of that Paquito and Yuzhong as Uranus tries to back off. Couldn't withstand the damage of that Paquito and that Yuzhong.
Yeah, speaking of winning their lanes, if you take a look at the items here of the side of Laos, if you take a look at Biston's items, it's more on the defensive side. Quite surprising, actually, since you're the gold laner, you need to scale up. It's going for the anti-cuirass, going up against this Clint, but if you take a look at Fury's items on the other hand, he already has an endless battle. So it's just a matter of time that he's going to dish out a lot of damage here up against Laos. So right now, if you can see, both these teams actually going in.
That 4-man rotation will fall back in the hands of the Cambodia as Phobius continues to go right after Lolita. Nothing! No answer on the side of Cambodia as Phobius finishes Lolita off with that demonic force. And Yuzhong goes right after that Olus. Uranus tries to save that Olus but will back off. What an amazing counter set on the side of Cambodia. Laos actually had a 4-man rotation. They didn't have the opportunity to single out any of the top laners. But then again, Paquito going right after the front as they continue to go right after that Olus. Circling Eagle on that Olus as it will go down in the hands of Paquito. Godlike for Paquito as Uranus is the only one remaining here in the bottom lane as the turtle will respawn. Another clean turtle for the side of Cambodia as I can't say anything. This Phobius is so good in isolating their damage dealers to the point that they couldn't do anything in the clash. As I mentioned, BK, you were right once again. This Phobius pick is actually detrimental on the side of Laos.
Yeah, so many anti-cuirasses being built here on the side of Laos. Pika Cat trying to get a pick off here on Cam C-Cat, but unfortunately, that is a Phobius that you're trying to burst down. It's not going to be easy. Black Dragon form here by Cam ATM. Gonna zone out the members here of Laos as they will disengage from the clash. Laos really struggling right now to keep control of whatever lanes that they have as Cambodia goes on the full-on aggressive. And like what I said, they can totally do the dives right now.
What a diving circle eagle on that Uranus Phobius with the demonic force. Lolita will go down along with that. Paquito brings down the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. What an amazing clash. The combination from Matilda, that circling eagle finishing it off with that Phobius demonic force. That Lolita did not stand a chance, and it's actually scary because Lolita should be the frontliner of this Laos team, but they couldn't withstand the damage of the Matilda and the Phobius.
Yeah, if you take a look at the stats here of Cambodia, they already got 3 turtles, 3 towers, and they are leading so much. And by the way, Laos still doesn't have a kill on their scoreboard.
Even the Uranus will go down in the hands of this Paquito. Once again, BK, the snowball is doing Cambodia a lot of things as they couldn't take any more damage. Demonic Force right again on that Brody and that Selena. They will go down along with this Lolita. No more heroes on the side of Laos aside from that Olus. The Demonic Force on the side of Phobius, such a great pick. And with that snowball effect coming from Paquito, they can't do anything any longer. I think this game is out in the books. Cambodia has this game 1-0 for Cambodia.
Yeah, it's just Cambodia dominating all their lanes. It started with the gold lane. Yes, Laos was kind of winning that trade-off, but fortunately enough, Cambodia actually realized that as they rotated to their gold lane, making Fury here actually win the trade up against Laos' Piston. And right now, Cambodia already getting the Lord, and this is classic Cambodia. When they see the opportunity that they can get the Lord, they can get objectives, they will do so. Phobius here, Cam C-Cat, or C-Cat in this case, already has the Ice Queen wand. So every time he pops that demonic force, it's going to be difficult for the members of Laos to actually escape. That's an additional slow, additional lifesteal. And I don't see so much like Necklace of Durances yet. There is a Dominance Ice here for the side of Laos. Lelouch as well as Opera already got the Dominance Ice, but unfortunately, that's not enough to stop the Phobius from going in for those dives. It's not just the Phobius here, actually. It's also Sion going in for the dives. And speaking of Sion, already getting that Malefic Roar. Not just Sion, by the way. It's also Fury that has that Malefic Roar. So additional physical penetration here. And it's just about time that Cambodia will do another dive here.
As the Laos disengages, as you can see, if I can recall correctly, all the objectives on the side of Cambodia seems to be uncontested. From the 3 turtle takes until the Lord, everything uncontested. Because what Cambodia does is they take down 1 or 2 heroes on the side of Laos before they do the objective. That's why every objective they take will be uncontested. As Circling Eagle on that Olus will connect. Black Dragon form on that Yuzhong. Yuzhong will take that Brody down as Brody will go down in the hands of Yuzhong. They will take the tier 3 tower tower down in the top lane as Paquito will destroy it. Lord still up alive. Almost trying to burst out. Takes down Phobius in the attack. And as you can see, another clash breaks through in the mid as Phobius got Paquito went right after that. Lolita, the damage, the burst damage of that Paquito and Clint couldn't withstand. Cambodia couldn't withstand anything Laos is throwing at them.
Yeah, the only casualty. Yeah, the only casualty here for the side of Cambodia was actually Seacat on the Phobius. It's already a given fact that it's being built as a support Phobius. So after that Abyssal Arrow from Pika Cat, they were able to get finally the first pick off for this game in the 11-minute mark. But what I'm trying to say is I also like the way that ATM was able to zone out the members of Laos, therefore giving Cambodia 2 kills on the board rather for them. Sion was able to get the wombo combo from the Paquito, and at the same time, the burst here for Cambodia is just there. Laos got 1 pick off, but right after that, what's next for them? It's just Cambodia keep on bursting them down one by one. It doesn't even matter here that they have Oper on this Uranus. It's still simply not enough. You just got the Oracle right now, but I mean, Oracle, Dominance Ice going up against 2 Malefic Roars from the side of Cambodia, not something you want to deal with right now. I feel like he's gonna try to build perhaps the Antikyras for his next item just to counter out the damage or the burst coming in from Cambodia. It's just really, really deadly. And right now, it's just finally Your Name getting the Malefic Roar, but I'm not so sure if they will be able to get the pickoffs that they want. I mean, Cambodia is so far ahead.
Even Yuzhong, that zoning out by Yuzhong in the base of Laos actually did wonders for Cambodia, as he didn't only zone it but actually took down Brody and Selena, as well as Cambodia once again will get an uncontested objective. This time the Luminous Lord at the 13-minute mark as Paquito takes down that Lord. Another clash will pursue here in the blue buff as Phobius with that demonic force going right after that Lolita with that ult will not connect as Phobius still going right after that Almost will back out. Brody will go down and have Phobius as Uranus still continues to go right after that Matilda. Phobius backing up as he has no more life left as the creep wave will go in the mid lane. I believe they will take down this tier 1 tower. What an amazing clash on the side of that Cambodia.
Yeah, Seacat going for Biston in that case. He knew that was the biggest problem for the side of Cambodia. He's the one dishing out damage, already getting the BOD, but right now Cambodia on the full force again, on the full engage, as the Lord will be easily taken down here by Laos. It is the Luminous Lord, but Laos once again defends this base. But look at the damage from Sion, taking down Oprah in an instant.
Bursting that Uranus as Phobius demonic force again kills that Lolita. Selena will be forced to back off as Paquito will bring down that Almost, and now Cambodia will go for the GG push as they take game 1 of a best of 2 series between Cambodia and Laos. What an amazing performance on the side of Cambodia.
Oh my goodness, Cambodia right now starting this first day, or the second day rather, with a bang. 21-2. Let's take a look at the post-game results here. Laos with the 2 kills on the scoreboard. Yes, it was mainly because of Your Name, because of his items, the Berserker's Fury and the Malefic Roar, getting some kills here for the side of Laos. But what was the biggest factor why Laos, or rather why Cambodia won the trade here? It was the biggest factor here was the demonic force from the Phobius. That was already enough to zone out the members of Laos, and at the same time you also have the Yuzhong here for the side of Cambodia that just zones out the members of the side of Laos, and you don't really know what to do next, right? And it's just Sion going for the Paquito combos. It was just really, really deadly. They can do the dives. I mentioned this earlier, and they were able to do so. But that's about it for the game between Cambodia and Laos for the second day of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. My name is Burger Kim and Dengan. We'll be right back as we pass the ball once again to our very lovely host, Miss Aya.
Thank you so much for that very energetic casting, brought to you by Burger Kim and Inga Nation. That's BK and Inga Nation for you guys. And today we raised the flag as Cambodia takes the victory for the first game of our first series for day 2 of the Razer C Invitational. What a way to start The tournament. What a way to start the tournament. That was crazy. But guys, don't go anywhere because we still have one more game between Laos versus Cambodia coming right up because this is a best of two. But for the meantime, you know those moments in esports when those highlights and game-changing plays excite the community that you want to really feel the hype and energy from it. It's basically saying we want to be immersed in everything that is going on. The shoutcasters just screaming their lungs out. The game plays, everything. For moments like this, of course, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by Razer Chroma RGB active noise cancellation. Who doesn't want a noise canceling headphones? And its low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself and experience the best esports tournaments, be it you're just watching from the comfort of your home or you're one of those esports player just part of the game itself. So do you have are you using any Razer peripherals? Let us know here in the chat. Show it off, flex it like there's no tomorrow. But don't go anywhere, guys, because we'll be taking just a really short break so we can get ready for the next game. So get your coffee, get your hype up going, get your grab a bite, get some snack and popcorn because this is going to be epic. So see you guys back in a jiffy. back to the Razer C Invitational with your host here. I is Maria, of course, back at it again with another tournament or matchups coming from the Razer C Invitational 2022. And of course, now we are diving to match one, game two of Laos versus Cambodia for our first series. And today we are going to cap it off. This is the last game. Cambodia prevailed over the last match, but would there be a plot twist for Laos for game two? So stay tuned, guys. You don't want to miss this. But in case you want to know what this tournament is all about, it features 10 of the top teams coming from Southeast Asia as they battle it out for the third 30,000 USD prize pool and to pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. And the tournament is, of course, sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by Razer, by gamers, and for gamers. Let's not keep you guys waiting any longer. I know that the hype is real. We want to see if there will be a change of a shift in the tides here for Laos and Cambodia. So without any further ado, bringing you back to our awesome casters, Burger King and Inga Nation. Let's get it for game two.
Thank you, Miss Aya, for that once again energetic introduction for this event. So BK, that Phobius, my God, that Phobius. What can you say about that Phobius?
Oh my goodness. Can I just say that Cambodia was totally prepared for the Selena. This has been a ban that has been made since day number one. And you know, if that has been the answer for the side of Laos, okay, yeah, let's let Laos bring out the Selena, but we are prepared to answer it. There was a lot of dives from the composition of Cambodia, but I feel like they will go for something different this time. Maybe perhaps ban the Selena this time. But I feel like it's still pretty much the same ball game. These two regions actually, they have a very similar meta. If you take a look at their picks, if you take a look at their composition most of the time, it is actually quite similar given the fact that they are in close proximity in the map. So I can understand they probably do scrims together, they probably practice together. And I mean, more or less, like if you take a look at the regions here in Southeast Asia, if you're closer to each other, I feel like you have more or less the same culture, the same mindset, or perhaps in this case in MLBB, it's the same meta. So I'm looking forward to see more from these two teams, Cambodia and Laos, going head to head or diving into the second game for this for today. Rather, it's not a series, but it's going to be a point system, like what Aya mentioned earlier. And right now, Cambodia and Laos, Cambodia having already 1 point for their first game. Now we're heading into the second game. Cambodia has the first pick this time, so maybe perhaps Selena on their side this time around. I don't know. We'll never know, but in this case, I feel like Cambodia is still gonna be the same. Maybe perhaps the Johnson, or maybe even open up the Johnson this time. But yeah, the Olas. Yeah, they kind of noticed the pattern here from Laos. It seems to be their go-to pick when it comes to the jungler role. So I feel like Cambodia is like, okay, yeah, fine, you bring that out all the time. Let's limit that out. Let's take it out. Let you bring something different. Perhaps maybe even I feel like Laos, they go more for the sustainable jungler type. Maybe perhaps I'm expecting to see maybe a Bane jungler, or Bane or Barats. Yeah,
Barats, yeah. As they banned this Valentina, now from the last game, they utilized this Matilda along with the Yuzhong. The Yuzhong was impeccable when it comes to zoning out. Actually, he didn't just zone out the players from Laos, as he was able to bring down then the Brody. So I think as you can see, Cambodia has now banned Matilda, their own pick, their own hero that did wonders for them. So who will they go for the post 4 position this time?
Yeah, that means there's still a lot of heroes open here, since Cambodia is already shaking things up by changing their bans, which means that they are they're kind of like preparing for a different kind of draft, different kind of I would say composition. Like there's different types of composition in Mobile Legends. You have the front to back, so you have the mage in the back line stealing damage, and you have an assassin picking off or doing the clean off job. You also have the dive composition, is what Cambodia had earlier, so you could freely do those dives, the Paquito, the Yuzong, and the Phobius. Those are type of compositions that are called dive. And right now, Cambodia, it seems like they're limiting out the hero pool here of Laos. It seems to be a popular pick, the Lilia as well, the Lilia, the Matilda, as well as the Olos rather, for the side of Cambodia. And for Laos, I feel like they should perhaps take out the Paquito here, or maybe perhaps they want to get the Paquito for themselves. But the biggest thing here is Cambodia has the first pick, so they can go for the Paquito first pick here, just in case that happens, or not unless Cambodia wants to go for that Selena, not unless it's banned out. But with the Sicilian being taken out of the equation, Paquito would be really great for Cambodia. It did so well for them earlier on, and if you give the Paquito enough space, or you give the Paquito that snowball effect, it will be really easy for Cambodia to take this game in control, actually.
A lot of heroes open here as Cambodia still stays with their main jungler, Paquito. They could also answer with an Eve, maybe. Kagura is still open indeed, along with that Farsa. And this Glue!
Yeah,
Glue has not been banned.
Yeah,
and they're still sticking
heroes.
with the Selena and Glue. Oh, I'm really interested because Laos still stuck with that Selena, despite that Selena, I believe, underperformed. Last
but there are other heroes open as well, just like the Johnson Lunox. We've seen this banned out earlier, which means that Cambodia, they are prepared for the once again, they are prepared for the Selena. Johnson, Lunox, these are heroes that you can't like easily pick off with the Selena, especially if the Lunox reaches that power spike of level 4. So this is interesting. Cambodia, they've never lost with this combo yet. Okay, the Johnson, the Lunox, it just absolutely rips you apart. And not to mention, if it's I'm not so sure who's gonna use this. Is it gonna be ATM or probably like CCAT? CCAT might be using this Johnson. So let's see. But Laos answers it out with the Wanwan. It's actually a great.
They'll be banning Phobius to counter that Wanwan. I think they'll be banning Phobius here right now.
Yeah, Phobius that can go to the side lanes actually could be banned out. Great, you're actually doing
Phobius.
well.
Yes, I'm learning from the best. I'm learning from BK.
Well, not me. You're learning from actually having an experience of casting, and I mean, you even play for a while as well, so I feel like you kind of understand what's going on here, what's in the meta, what's in and what's not. But Cambodia, Laos, final bans here for these two teams. Let's take a look. For the side of Cambodia, the Paquito here is the biggest question, but I feel like this is going to be a jungler Paquito, so perhaps the gold laner, not unless it's going to be a Lunox gold lane, which is something I haven't seen for a while.
I think it'll be a Lunox mid lane to utilize that Lunox and Johnson combo. And I noticed from the previous game, when they picked Johnson pretty much controlled the map, controlled the rotation.
Exactly.
Unlimited ult.
Yeah, especially if you have the ultimate cooldown reduction item, it's totally going to change things for Cambodia. But I mean, Laos already has the Selena for division here, but the Johnson, the control over the map also will be on Cambodia's side with this Johnson. Great last ban here for the side of Cambodia. They are actually expecting the Selena to be perhaps like a boss 5 Selena or a tanky support Selena. But final picks here for the side of Laos. They still don't have a jungler here. I'm trying to think what's still viable here for the side of... I mean, the Barretts would be great, but at the same time, you have to deal with the Lunox and the Johnson. So Laos answers it out with their signature pick as well, the Kagura, which did very well yesterday. So let's see how that will pan out for the side of Laos. But now, final picks for Cambodia. I'm guessing this is a Paquito jungler, so they still need those solid siders, maybe along the lines of an Esmeralda to go up against this Blue, or a Uranus, actually. But Esmeralda is still pretty much open for their side. They also got the Lunox on their side, so it's not going to be a problem to counter out this Uranus. Brody to seal the deal here for Cambodia to go up against the Wanwan here of Laos. But taking a look back at what happened yesterday, that wasn't actually the case for the side of Laos. Laos actually won with this Wanwan. So let's see how it'll pan out this time for Cambodia.
So will they go for that YSS, or will they go for a more sustainable assassin
lot
in Roger?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a lot of
on the side of this Laos. They have this YSS, they have the Abyssal Traps on the Selena, and of course, they have Kagura with this Umbrella.
The umbrella. That's what I mean. She's known for that, right? Show me that umbrella and see what happens. That's in her line, right? Show me that umbrella, and see. I mean, a good thing she's not up against like a Hayabusa or like Hanabi, right? I mean, they have the same. They have connected lores, but talking about heroes, it's going to be the Roger. That's going to be the final pick here of Laos. I would have preferred the Yi Sun-shin, but the biggest problem here for the Yi Sun-shin is how to deal with the Paquito. So I feel like that's something that Laos considered. That's why they went for the Roger instead to scale up as fast as the Paquito as compared to the Yi Sun-shin. But Cambodia and Laos this time, Cambodia winning the first game, the very first game, with a very spectacular performance of the dive composition. But right now, this is what you call a composition for Cambodia that can kind of split push at the same time, can disorient you as well with the Johnson Lunox combo. So I'm really looking forward to this once again from Cambodia. And we see why Laos banned out that Johnson in the first place. You can see it once again here. Cambodia D7 has that driver's license up and ready to go on a world tour, or rather a tour in the Land of Dawn with Cat here on the
I
Slunox.
think a lot of pressure on Pika Cat with that Selena. They really have to get an early game pick off with that Roger, so that Roger can snowball early on in the game
Yeah.
to be able to counter that Paquito. So a lot of pressure here on Pika Cat Selena.
Yeah, speaking of Pika Cat, I'm checking the comments. Someone mentioned here that the Pika Cat is actually the number one Selena. I'm not so sure if it's in
World
Laos
rank?
or maybe world rank. It's a high chance that it's a world rank top global Selena for Laos. But I feel like it wasn't because she didn't perform well in the last game. It was more of it was Cambodia prepared to take out the Selena from the side of Laos. But right now, with
Yeah,
that
they
being
really
said,
prepared.
really, really prepared with that dive setup. Therefore, the Selena can burst anyone earlier on. But with this type of composition as well, it's going to be hard for Pika Cat to burst anyone down. I mean, perhaps the Brody here of
Brody, the
Fury.
Brody.
Yeah, the Brody here of Fury could be a target for Pika Cat. But, considering that she is the pos 5 here for the side of Laos, she will be rotating a lot here with Lelouch on this Kagura.
Yeah, and I do believe Pika Cat has got some added pressure as he indeed is the number one Selena, maybe possibly the world rank, as Pika Cat will bring down that Uranus. Blue brought down that Uranus alongside Pika Cat and of course Roger. What an amazing set! And of course, oh my god! Alright, a double kill in the mid lane. Kagura and Lunox trading kills right after here, the first minute mark in the middle lane. What a turn of events as Brody here is having trouble against this Wan Wan in the gold lane. What an amazing clash in the middle lane with that Kagura and that Lunox.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they actually opened up this glue. It's so difficult to deal with. Opper has this avarice emblem, so it's going to be easier for him to actually secure the items that he needs to secure to be able to be tanky enough. But if you can see the lineup here, the Uranus and Opper's glue is actually it's quite an even ball game. So it seems like Laos is already rotating here to the top side. Sion gets a kill here onto Pika Cat. Well, again, your name tries to go in for Sion. The slows are there with the skills of the Roger, but it's going to be Sion who is able to escape that. And right now, Cambodia 2-3 is our score. Not yet a snowball effect for these two heroes, for both Roger and Paquito, but a slightly different game here for Laos. A little bit more even out as compared to earlier.
That was a good pickup by Sion, actually killing. Who did he kill? It was that Selena. Selena goes down in the hands of that
Pika Cat.
Paquito. And Roger couldn't finish off Paquito. He did slow down that Paquito, but Paquito was just too agile for that Roger. So Paquito was able to escape, as now the turtle has indeed respawned. Will this turtle go in the hands of Laos or Cambodia?
Yeah, it's definitely going to the side of Laos, as it seems like Cambodia is just going to trade for the gold plating here on the top side. Try to control Biston here, but he's popping that ultimate, has the Inspire, goes in for the crossbow of Tang onto two members. D7 is quite tanky enough to take the damage, but Biston still goes down under the hands of Sion. Nice
Crossbow
response
of
here from
Tang.
Cambodia.
That crossbow just in time to burst that Lunox down, but also Paquito, good rotation on the side of that Paquito to finish the job on that 1-1, 1-for-1 trade on the side of Cambodia.
Yep, there's still not much damage here from Biston. I believe he's going for the perhaps a corrosive sight first, but here comes the Abyssal Arrow onto Seacat. But fortunately enough, he does have that ultimate, bringing him to safety here. T7 and Seacat, I'm still kind of waiting for that world tour or that tour all around the land of Dawn. But it seems like Fury is in deep trouble there on the top side as he is getting ganked here by 4 members from the side of Laos. Abyssal Arrow, here comes the ultimate, the Yin Yang overturn.
What a save! It's by Johnson! Now that Johnson and Lunox combination, as you can see, will bring down that Kagura along with that Pika Cat Selena. What an amazing counter set on the side of that Johnson and that Lunox. And good, I would like to commend also that Brody for actually stunning that Selena and that Kagura in the process. What an amazing, as you can see, you asked for the world tour. Lunox and Johnson gave you the world tour in the middle and the top lane. What an amazing counter set.
Yeah, here comes the world tour once again. Here comes the road trip from Seacat and D7. Where will they land? They're actually just giving vision here to the side of Kamboja as they landed to 2 members of Laos, taking down Pika Cat. And the order of villains, but here comes your name. Here comes your name. Trying to take down D7. Goes in for the tower dive. Is able to tank the damage. Seacat has to back away from that, but Laos still has an answer here. And it seems like another one bites the dust here for the side of Laos as your name takes down Fury and gets a lot of gold plating instead. But that was a little bit too much of an oversave for Biston as he gets taken down as well.
A lot of clashes happening all over the land of the Dawn as Lunox takes down this Kagura in the mid lane. Johnson, as you can see, popping his ult again, circling around the turtle and bringing us another world tour. What an amazing game this is. A lot of clashes in the land of the Dawn. As you can see, Selena going right after that Uranus. Uranus will be forced back. And now Glue will try to go for that Uranus. Abyssal Arrow won't hit. Paquito with the turtle steal, and now we will see a clash here in the mid lane as Johnson will not connect with that ult. Blue still zoning out that Paquito and that Uranus as Johnson still circling around the land of the Dawn.
Yep.
No hits yet for that Johnson. And what an amazing clash here in the mid lane. And now the Abyssal Arrow will hit on that Lunox as they try to take down Lunox. What a Yin Yang overturn on the side of Kagura as Glue will continue to pursue that Uranus as Johnson still not hitting anyone. Brody going right after the kill. Paquito chasing 3 members of Laos and they will both disengage. Johnson is still driving. A 1-minute clash and the Johnson was still driving.
Yeah. Good thing D7 is not out of fuel yet, but in this case, he doesn't need the fuel. All he needs is that one spectacular land that he did on the top side. But taking a look at their scoreboard, it's 8-8. Oh man, he's driving again. D7 is driving again. This man is not out of fuel yet as he is actually giving vision here to the side of Cambodia. He circles around, catches over here. He doesn't have Seacat with him. Gets stunned here by our crew. But here comes ATM for the save. Yin Yang overturn does take him down. Seacat is not with D7 that time, but your name is in the dangerous position here. Sion and Fury as well getting chunked down low here by the members of Laos. Abyssal Arrow onto Fury, and that is what Laos needed to take down the damage dealers here from Cambodia. 10-8 is our score, and it is a very even ball game this time around, Inga.
Pika Cat showing why he's the number 1 Selena as Johnson goes right after that 1-1. Finally gets a kill on the score for Johnson, finally engaging with someone after that long world tour. 1 minute actually in the mid lane. I still can't get over the fact that Johnson was driving all throughout that clash as they try to clear the minion waves here in the mid lane. Uranus can't seem to tank that damage from Blue and Kagura as Roger brings down that little wanderer, and we will see an even 5-on-5 match here.
Seacat and D7 is driving.
Seacat and will engage, will not engage, engages with Blue right now as Roger takes down the turtle. Sigat and D7 going right after that glue. I believe that glue will go down in hands of Brody as they try. Paquito still engages with the front line. Paquito will go down in the hands of that Selena. Selena with a pick off of Paquito as Roger brings down the Uranus. A turn of events on the side of Laos as Roger is not done. He is still continuing on that Sigat. D7 will engage to back off that Roger. What an amazing play. Play after play on the both sides of Cambodia and Laos. Counterplays after counterplays. And a 2-for-3 trade on that clash.
Yeah, kind of understandable now why Laos went with this Roger pick, but Seacat here, as the ultimate pops it up, it takes down your name and shuts him down in the process. Seacat with the Bush Gaming, and of course, he has to recall, perhaps going in for another tour around the land of Dawn here with Seacat. D7 and Seacat once again driving here, and they're going around their own turret first, just so that Laos has no idea where they're going. They're going on the bot side. No, they're perhaps they would probably land here on the mid side. That would be really good up against Laos. That's a lot of members that they can take down, but it is just going to be D7 estimating where they land. Laos right now on the full, they're kind of on so wary of this Johnson actually. D7 is just so unpredictable where he's gonna go.
Exactly, but what an even matchup. See, 12 for 12 on the scoreboard and a pretty much tied up gold lead. No one leads so far in the gold in this clash, but
even
that,
the kill score is
even the kill score is the same, as Seacat wasn't even afraid of the wolf transformation of your name, still taking him down despite that transformation. And we will see another an even 5-on-5 clash again here as the Lord responds. Now I am excited for this Lord clash as both teams pretty much equal in gold, equal in kills, and I expect both teams to clash.
D7 is still driving. Okay, D7 is still driving. This man is just he's not out of fuel yet, but because of course the fire is still burning here for the side of Cambodia. He doesn't even have the fleeting time. But speaking of taking down objectives, it is Fury who's going to be taking down that tower on the top side. Pika getting a solo kill onto your name as Cambodia tries to get this Lord Sion with the split. Opera does take him down. Two junglers down for the side of Cambodia and Laos, and now Biston is on a rampage, gets the crossbow of Dang, on the 3. That's a killing spree for Lelouch. Piston does not have that Inspired. Seacat does take it down Upper with the split here, as he will be taken down once again by Fury. Lelouch, the only one left, and that is a shutdown. Double kill for Fury, and they could go for the GG push, or perhaps go for the Lord, or maybe they'll just take the inhibitor tower here. Your name is back up, but ATM is here to protect Fury. Wipe out for the side of Laos in that clash. Good thing that Oprah was actually able to take down Sion, or it would have been a different story for the side of Laos.
Cambodia with a wipeout. Actually, the crossbow of Tang just in the nick of time casted, but still couldn't take anyone down from the side of Cambodia as Lunox finished off Biston with those skills. What an amazing clash on the side of Cambodia as they take down this level 1 Lord. It's not yet the Luminous Lord, as it was taken down before the 12-minute mark, and we will see another clash emerge here in the mid lane as the forces of Laos continue to clear the mid wave. They're really trying to protect this mid lane. They don't want Cambodia to gain more control when they take down this tier 1 tower. But as you can see, D7 again is driving. Who will he hit right now? Kagura trying to zone out Uranus as well as Brody, but I believe D7 is ready to clash. Nope, he will wait for the Lord as Cambodia is still trying to take down this tier 1 tower.
Yep, the tier 1 tower down for the side of Laos as Fury is just spamming those skills. He has the Brute Force Plate, he has the BOD as well. So that is sufficient damage coming in. From Fury's Brody, and right now D7
successful defense, as only one inhibitor tower will fall down on the side of Laos, and I believe Cambodia will try to engage, but if they want to play it safe, they have to wait for that Lord, unless D7 somehow manages to snag or hit 2 or 3 members on the side of Laos. But this D7, as you mentioned a while ago, after engages with that Selena, as Selena will go down in the hands of that Paquito. This strategy of D7 just roaming around the land of the Dawn, roaming around the map, controlling the
there
location,
he goes again.
controlling the map, and D7 once again in car mode right now as he goes right after that blue, but sadly he is alone. No follow-up on the side of Cambodia as Roger in full mode and Wolf form trying to go for that Brody, but Brody was just too much to handle as he stunned that Roger. Uranus also zoning out that Roger as they try to focus now on the attack on this Blue. Blue will not go down, but they will instead go for the GG push as Cambodia sweeps Laos in a best-of-2 series here in the Razer International Invitational Southeast Asia. What a sweep! And what such a sweet driving on the side of D7. Amazing, amazing game.
Yeah.
Kudos
D7
to D7.
and C-Cat finally opened up the Johnson here for Cambodia. Let's take a look at the post-game results. Our MVP is none other than C-Cat, given the fact that he is rotating actually with D7 here on this Johnson. The surprise factor here for Cambodia was really the key to why they won here up against Laos. Yes, Laos was leading earlier on, given the fact that they have a Selena. They also have the Kagura here, who is actually dishing out so much damage up against Cambodia. But if you take a look at the stats here, it is mostly Fury actually taking down the tower. 79% for Fury. He was rotating to the top side. Later on, you see him on the other parts of the map. He was taking down so many towers at such a fast rate that Laos was actually quite stunned with how this was going. Also, you combine it with D7 and C-Cat, they just don't know where to go. And it's a 30 minutes game for Laos and Cambodia, but it's a clean sweep for the side of Cambodia for this day number 2.
Amazing comeback on the side of Cambodia. Actually, Laos was pretty much in control of the early and mid game, as that Selena and Kagura rather was picking off the heroes of Cambodia one by one. They were actually at one point in charge, control of the map, but the comeback, the discipline, and of course the teamwork on the side of Cambodia served them up well as they take Laos down, a clean 2-0 sweep for the series.
Yep, cleanly executed, but it wasn't really a one-sided match like the very first game. But of course, congratulations to Cambodia for seizing a 2-0 up against Laos. We still have many more games today, so don't you guys go away. We still have a lot in store for you here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. But for now, we'll be passing it once again to Miss Aya, our lovely host for the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Ingen and VK, for that. So we can see that 5 minutes onwards in the game, we kind of witnessed a very tight fight. We can see an even score and trade-offs, but Cambodia was very stubborn enough to take this win and still prevailing game 2 by a sweep. Congratulations, Cambodia, for taking game 2. And I guess all that driving around actually took them somewhere. We could say that they went places for this one. And that wraps up our first series. And you know what, guys? I just wanted to tell you that how my eyes are overwhelmed with the aesthetic visuals of the game. Because, on special occasions, in real life, for example, yesterday was Valentine's Day and you wanted to show up to impress your date or your partner or whatever occasion or gathering that you're going to. They say that the saying goes to dress to kill, where you'd show up in fancy clothes and accessories and to just make that impression on people. Esports is no different, as you can show up in your games not only skilled but also dressed for the part. But when you don't have the skins to go for that, don't you worry, because we have some good news for you. There's Razer Gold. Razer Gold is a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. Razer Gold also allows you to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with Razer Silver and exclusive game deals. So, what are you waiting for, guys? Get your Razer Gold. We'll be taking a short break as we get into the second series ready for you guys. And we'll see more matches coming up in our Razer C Invitational 2022 MLBB division. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you back in 5. Welcome back to the live stream here in Razer C Invitational 2022. I'm your host for today. My name's Aya Maria, and I hope you got a good stretch. You were able to grab your food or maybe something to snack on because we still have a lot going on for you today. So earlier on, Cambodia took the victory while Laos falls behind on the first match. But just keep that fire going as there is still hope for Laos as they go up against Myanmar and vice versa for match 2. Game number 1 in our MLBB division, Razer C Invitational. And I will not hold you guys back any longer. I know a lot of you have been waiting here for a few minutes now. So let's get it! Laos versus Myanmar. Take it away, Burger Kim and Inga Nation.
Thank you, Miss Aya as Maria, and also like Miss Aya, I also had a quick snack. How about you, BK?
Yeah, I had a quick snack. I grabbed some coffee. I still have coffee right now because we're in it for the long run. Actually, we've been having a lot of quick or fast games here. It just goes to show how our players have been very well versed when it comes to the point system, just like this, just like Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. They need all the points that they can get earlier on, like what I mentioned. Cambodia came in with a clean sweep up against Laos, and right now Laos will be going up against Myanmar. A lot of people have been asking if this is actually the Burmese schools from Myanmar. Actually, I think this is another team from Myanmar. I'll just double check their team name, but I'm not so sure if it is the Burmese schools. But you know what? We've seen Myanmar yesterday, Ingen. What can you say about their performance?
I think Myanmar in the last series yesterday had a 1-1 up against. Who were they up against yesterday?
Yeah, it was Cambodia, I think.
It was Cambodia.
Myanmar
I do believe
Cambodia,
they won 1-1 series, right?
Yeah, 1-1 series.
They were able to take game 2 right from that Cambodia, and I do believe they were able to adjust in game 2 because in game 1 they also felt the wrath of that Lunox and Johnson.
Yeah,
easily
Johnson
bursting them
Lunox.
out. Yeah,
I feel like
that was pretty much a landslide win.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. These three regions: Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. I briefly mentioned this earlier. I feel like we have to touch up a little bit on that right now because we're going to be seeing quite a similar meta right now since these three regions are actually competing right now. So I did mention earlier on we saw Johnson Lunox. Okay, it's not just Johnson Lunox. There's a lot of possible combos with that Johnson, and you see why Cambodia actually banned it out, sorry, Laos actually banned out the Johnson in the first game. So it's a lot of possible combos for the Johnson Lunox, Johnson Kagura, Johnson Cyclops, and sometimes you actually see a Johnson Eudora. The surprise factors, I feel like this is something that Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia are holding on to. I mean, they have been using this Johnson. It's not really in the meta, but they're actually making it work well.
And I actually like to find out if Laos will still pick that Selena. Will Pika Cat actually stick with it, Selena, despite losing 0-2, a clean loss to Cambodia. But other than that, Pika Cat really had a good performance. They were just having really trouble isolating the players of Cambodia, and even if they isolate some players, the Johnson and Lunox combination will surely be right there. They're always there. Johnson, as you remembered, driving every time he hits someone, will immediately press that ult and press on that gas as he roams around the land of the dawn. So I do believe Pika Cat sticking with his main hero, the Selena, will still be a viable option on the side of Laos as they take on Myanmar in the second series of today's match.
Yeah, I feel like for Pika Cat, for Laos in general, they are picking the Selena. It seems to be their comfort pick as well. It is the type of hero that also opens up the map a lot for their side, but at the same time, you know, it's the other team or the opposing team. They just know how to deal with Pika Cat Selena. It's just by picking out heroes that are quite tanky, picking heroes that are not so easy to target, right? Like earlier on, we saw the Yuzong. Even to a point, we've seen the Uranus and the Paquito. It wasn't easy to burst down with Selena. Yes, you can stun them. Yes, you can provide vision for the team, but that's about it. You don't really dish out that much damage as compared to a game we saw yesterday wherein Pika Cat Selena just destroyed everyone from the entire
Yeah.
team. But let's see if that's still the route they want to go in, like for Laos, if they still want to keep on going for that Selena. Or I feel like they should probably shake things up. Maybe perhaps go on for the aggressive side. Yes, Selena is quite aggressive on the early stages of the game, but I feel like they should go for someone like maybe a Matilda Paquito. That would be
Yeah,
good for their
Matilda.
side. Yeah, most of the time we've seen them go for like Selena, Den, and Olus. These are the types of heroes that don't really have that much synergy when it comes to the draft or when it comes to the rotations. But here we go, heading into the drafting phase between Laos and Myanmar for this very first game for day number 2. Laos, early on, we've seen them use a Selena. We've seen them use a Kagura as well. They also love the Olus very much. So I feel like that's something that Myanmar has to watch out for. But Laos this time taking out the jungler option like the Lancel. It seems like this is a pattern they've been doing for the previous games. They always take out assassins. They don't seem to prefer the assassin junglers. So they take it out. They prefer those Olus, those Barretts, those scaling type of junglers. But it's going to be the Selena as well for Myanmar. Like what I mentioned, that they should take those out because it seems to be repeat picks from the side of Laos.
And I do believe that one of the best performers on the side of Laos last game was a 1-1. Now, if they ban
Yeah,
a
one
focus
man.
like that, we will expect a 1-1. As I remember last game, 1-1's ult was always on point. Every time that Lunox would burst out that 1-1, 1-1 seems to just keep flying around in the nick of time, dealing damage. So I do believe they will also go with that 1-1 this game.
This kind of confirms the fact that Laos just doesn't want to deal with these types of junglers. They've been taking out the Lancelot, Hayabusa, these junglers that can actually assassinate the members of Laos at any given time. Given the fact that we've seen their composition, they're more into the heavy burst, the damage type of composition. They don't like dealing so much with the assassins. I'm not surprised if they'll actually take out the Hayabusa here as well for their final ban. But maybe they can also take out the Lilia, a Glue. Oh, I'm actually right. The Lilia is going to be taken out for Laos. Second time around for today. They don't like dealing with these heroes. I actually mentioned that Laos could actually go with the Paquito for their first pick, but it doesn't seem to be choice hero. Actually, they seem to prefer the Olus, the Barretts. I'm not surprised if Myanmar will actually take out the Olus here. They've been watching the games. They've been watching Laos's performance. I'm thinking something along the lines of Olus, maybe even the Kagura, which seems to be Lelouch's favorite. So let's see what's going to be the final ban here for Myanmar. Seems to be mostly like pause 4, pause 5 heroes that are taken out here for Myanmar.
A lot of open players still on the board as they ban the Sicilian. There's still Matilda. There's still Glue. So who will Laos pick right now? As I mentioned, Glue will be their first pick. As in the last game, Glue was actually very, very a vital piece with the Laos rotation, as he was able to zone out a lot of heroes. And as Myanmar picks up this Matilda. Yes, so
Paquito is not open. Maybe an Esmeralda, Matilda would be good for their side to go up against the Glue. Matilda, Esmeralda looks so good right now. Perhaps even Matilda, Kagura. Stealing the Kagura away from Laos would be good as well. But it really depends on what Myanmar wants here. Oh, I would like to highlight a player here. I'm not so sure if you've seen her yesterday, but it's Oh My Jenny from Myanmar. A lot of people have been commenting in the comment section. We can't wait to see Oh My Jenny, but here we are seeing Myanmar's Oh My Jenny in just a little bit. But right now we are in the drafting phase. They go with the Clint, actually prioritizing the Clint this time. Seems to be a popular pick as well for Laos, so it's great that they stole, or quote-unquote stole, this Clint from the side of Laos. Now Laos going for the Kimi. I'm not surprised if they'll go for a Uranus this time as well. Could be a Uranus, a Glue, a Uranus. This is the composition that they had yesterday, wherein they finished the game in like 12 minutes. It was 2 tanky frontliners. You include a Rafaela as well. That's just a lot of movement speed for Laos, but they are hovering over this Minotaur. Yeah, I feel it's gonna be a Rafaela. Yeah, like we mentioned, this is the composition that they had yesterday, virtually similar. So now Myanmar has to deal with this Kimmy that just dishes out backline damage. It's great that they actually picked up this Kagura as well for Myanmar, stealing it away from Lelouch, which seems to be a comfort pick as well for Laos. Great answer to the Kimmy. This Kagura can penetrate the backlines of Laos. So solid first three picks from these two teams. And let's see in the second banning phase rather for both of these teams. I'm guessing this is a Kimmy gold lane. Hayabusa is still open actually for both sides.
Your team they ban all this. Oh.
Yeah. I called it earlier that they should take this out because it seems to be Laos's comfort pick. They've used it for 3 games consecutively, and I feel like the other countries are aware of this. They're aware of this comfort pick of Laos, but Hayabusa also banned out. I mentioned that earlier that Laos doesn't seem to prefer the assassin type of junglers, the fast type of junglers, the junglers that can actually snowball earlier on. But it seems to be that there's a lot of jungler options taken out here. Laos, I'm not surprised if they'll also take out Yi Sun-shin here, which seems to be the last jungler that is viable now. So with that being said, that is like, wow, that's 5 junglers out of the picture. So maybe Ling, actually. We haven't seen a Ling here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. So I'm not so sure if that's going to be opened up, but it seems to be hard to fit in the composition here of Laos if they do go for a Ling.
Myanmar actually doing their homework right now, banning Selina's Pikacat Selena, and also the 2 junglers they used for the last 4 games, the Olus and the Roger, as they picked the Yuzhong. Actually, Myanmar's really done their homework, as in the last game they really had a hard time dealing with this Yuzhong, and they picked Yuzhong for themselves, as they picked YSS and Eve as well.
I'm not so sure how this Eve will fit into the picture because there is a Yuzong to answer that out. So it's going to be really difficult to deal with the Yuzong as well as the Kagura in the mid side. Not to mention, Myanmar also has this Matilda. So it's going to be difficult for Laos if they decide to go for the Eve or the Farsa. Yes, the heavy artillery of the Farsa and Eve, I totally understand, but they are on the last picks or the last option, the next viable option here. I mean, they got the Kagura, so I guess the next best thing for Laos would be to go for the Eve. So that's a lot of magic damage. This is virtually similar to what they had yesterday. The tanky frontliners, the sustain as well. And I mentioned the Ling earlier. That would be the next best option. Yeah, this is great, especially since you have to reach the backlines here of Laos. So Myanmar, that's 3 heroes, or make that 4 heroes actually answering it out to the Eve as well as the Kimmy here. That had a spectacular performance yesterday. So the Ling to reach the backlines. You also have the Yuzong to actually, disrupt the composition that Laos has, and you also have the Kagura for the burst damage. So I'm not so sure how Laos will pull this off the second time around.
I have no idea how they will manage to catch that Ling with the current composition of Laos with that Glue, Kimmy, Rafaela, Eve, and YSS. So I'm leaning towards the lineup of Myanmar, as they don't have an answer for the agility of that Ling as their jungler.
Yep, and you know what? Taking a look at the composition as well from the side of Laos, yes, they do have the burst damage. It's heavy burst damage, heavy artillery. They also have the vision that's provided by Your Name's Yi Sun-shin, but will that actually be enough to stop Myanmar? They can totally go in for the dives here. They have the Yuzong, they also have the Matilda, and not to mention the Kagura is one of the most flexible mages that you have in the current meta. But right now, Myanmar, already knowing their winning position, Black already positioning himself here in the side of the purple buff of Yi Sun-shin, or Your Name, as PS is already quietly taking the resources that he needs to get. But taking a look at our side lanes though, the Kimmy and the Clint, we've seen this earlier, it can totally win the trade-offs when it comes to the lane. The Kimmy, that doesn't really need a lot of mana, more on the energy. So Gumi on the losing side, but Myanmar actually does lose out on their EXP lane. Benno gets taken down here by Oper. It's already a given fact that this Glue has been dominating in the EXP lane, which actually makes sense why Mobile Legends actually nerfed this hero in the next patch.
Mhm.
Super OP right now. Oper being OP right now in the EXP
Over
lane.
being OP indeed. And as we see in the gold lane right now, pretty much even matchup on the side of Kimmy and Clint, as Kimmy will indeed back off. Matilda right there, ready to support the Clint, as we see in the laning phase. Very, very passive game
Mhm.
on both sides for Laos and Myanmar. Really trying to maximize the resources and waiting for that power spike from the items that they will get, as YSS pops his ult to gain vision, and Rafaela still going after that Kagura.
Oh my, Jenny forced to retreat a little bit, but Oper really winning the trades here for Benno. He doesn't seem to be life stealing as much. He's still level 3, doesn't have the Black Dragon form yet, and I believe your name will actually be able to take another kill. Oper once again takes down Benny on this EXP lane, and that's why it is a priority pick for Laos earlier on to take that blue, which is serving them really well here in this game number 2.
Laos rotating in the bottom lane as they take down Yuzhong, but Myanmar rotating at the top lane seems to can't find the pickoff with that Kimmy supported by that Rafaela, as YSS indeed takes that uncontested turtle to start things off in the 2-minute mark.
Yep, Oper already going as far as to invading the purple buff here of PS, which actually bought so much time for him, considering the fact that Benno is already level 3. So Laos just winning the trades here in the EXP lane, whereas Myanmar, they have the potential to actually snowball with this type of composition, but it seems like Laos is doing pretty well with this type of composition right now. PS going for Lelouch here actually does chuck him down real low, will be able to escape as Lelouch will be forced to retreat back away from PS.
The Myanmar's aggression doesn't seem to do any favors for them, as whenever they would initiate a bit of a fallback on the side of Laos, but nothing pretty much happens for Myanmar, as Matilda goes right after that Rafaela. See, a simple back up, then Kimmy or YSS would re-engage, then Myanmar would eventually back up. So nothing much. Their aggression doesn't seem to do any big favors for them, as we will see another clash here in the mid lane as Ling brings down Jack with that Rafaela.
Yep, finally the first kill here for the side of Myanmar. But the biggest problem here is Oper's glue that's actually containing Benno's Yuzong. It's not doing so well here in the EXP lane, which is why right now it used to be Lapu Lapu, but it seems like Glue is dominating this EXP lane in the current patch. We haven't seen so much Lapu Lapus, forcing Benno to actually retreat here. A lot of gold plating as well taken from the side of Myanmar here on the bot side, as Oper continuously pushes that bottom side. But let's take a look at the gold lane here. Gumi already purchasing that endless battle right now. PS trying to relieve Benno from this problem. Oper doesn't have the he does have the flicker, he doesn't have the vengeance, but will be able to sustain the damage out of it. Your name caught in a very bad situation, as the ultimate will be popped here from Lelouch, as Myanmar just decides to go in for that turtle, but Split is here from Oper, will be taken down here by Myanmar as they safely secure this turtle. Nice Black Dragon form there by Benno.
What a Black Dragon form on the side of that Yuzhong, countering the split from that Blue. Actually, Blue initiated with a low health. His health was actually below mid-level, so I could understand why he was easily bursted out. But on the side of that Yuzhong, good initiation, good zone out as they take down Glue, and of course the turtle.
Yep, Benno and Oper both actually building the dominance ice for the next item just to counter the tankiness of each other, because it seems to be Oper winning the lanes. If you take a look at it, it's just Benno really not having a good time at this Yuzong. He did get a kill earlier on in the turtle side, but if we take a look at their gold laners, there's not so much action there on the top side for the very first time. Matilda, Gumi rather, and Black rotating to the top side, as well as Viston and Jack there, containing their lanes as well. But it seems like Oh My Jenny is not dishing out so much damage, considering Lelouch just has this flicker that is actually being burned right now for the side of Laos, just to escape those 3 members from Myanmar.
Both members, both supports of both teams actually doing a good job in the gold lane, as none of their gold laners have yet to fall at good side on the Rafaela and the Matilda, as we can see a potential push here in the top tier 1 lane. And Ling going right after that, Rafaela. No going instead after that, Kim, as the Tempest of Blades will not pop. Ling still, Tempest of Blades will not pop. Kimmy with the flicker, finished off by that Kimmy, as this Clint was nowhere to be found. He was actually focusing on the minion waves instead. Didn't help Ling in that clash, as Blue continues to zone out this Yuzhong. 3-man rotation on the side of Myanmar, as 2 members of Laos continues to engage with them.
Yep, nice sidestep there by Biston. He actually used the flicker, then forced out the Tempest of Blades from PS, therefore getting the kill. And not to mention, Biston already has that Genius Wand, so it's actually additional magic penetration. Therefore, PS really couldn't reach Biston, not to mention that Jack has the sustain as well. But taking a look at our lanes, there's a little switch up here. Benno actually switches to the top side, wherein Biston is positioned there. So it really goes to show how Oper is actually dominating his lane. But right now, it seems like Laos and Myanmar, they are going to be positioning themselves here in the turtle pit. They are actually trying to contest this. Both teams have already gotten 1 turtle for each side. So right now, you can kind of see the power spike of both teams. They've already secured in at least 2 items here.
Even until here in the top lane, Oper still goes right after that Yuzhong by Veno, as both teams try to get a good position here in the turtle lane. Another clash will pursue as both teams try to take this turtle. Black Dragon formation on the side of Myanmar, as Ling with the Tempest of Blades. YSS will get that turtle, as Kimmy still goes right after that Matilda. Matilda will go down, but the Clint will get the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. What a clash on the side of Laos, getting the turtle and bursting down that Kagura along with that Ling. Good formation, good Black Dragon formation on the side of Benno, but Benno wasn't able to fully zone out these players, as Oper was there to back his team up.
Yep, it is actually the Lush with the Eve that actually slowed down the members of Myanmar, therefore getting 2 kills there onto Oh My Jenny as well as PS. And not to mention, this Kimmy also has slows. So Biston on this Kimmy was actually able to free hit Oh My Jenny, getting a kill onto Oh My Jenny as well as PS. Definitely a win for Laos, but Myanmar knows their winning condition as well. It's great that Gumi just decided to push in the lanes. They were able to get the bot side tower in exchange for the turtle.
Yes, and as we see another passive play for both sides, Myanmar trying to get the resources instead of clashing, but Laos on the other hand will try to get this purple buff. No team is backing down right now. Nope, Myanmar says wait a minute. We will check our resource, we will check our items, we will check our capabilities, as Laos will still try to get this blue buff. Ling nowhere to be found, disengages. What a 5-man rotation on the side of Laos as they take that blue buff. Ling will now focus on the top lane and will try to bring this down, as no members from Laos is in the top lane. But as you can see, Eve and Rafaela will support that top lane, will try to save that tower. But Matilda on the other hand is right here. Will we see a circling eagle? No, we won't, as Ling disengages.
Yep, it's a good call that PS just cut those waves. I feel like that's the best thing that Myanmar can do right now. If you've seen what Gumi and PS is trying to do, they're not trying to force any clashes, because it seems like Laos is really winning the trades when it comes to the clashes. It's a big factor that they got 2 turtles, and at the same time, if you take a look at Biston's items, there is a big disparity up against Gumi. Biston already has the Genius Wand, already has the Berserker's Fury, as well as the Ice Queen Wand, so it's just a matter of time wherein Biston can just spam those basic attacks and just take down the members here of Myanmar. Here comes the turtle, or rather the Lord Clash. Benno goes in with the Black Dragon form. Unfortunately enough, it's not able to save them or buy them some time. Yena overturned by Jenny as PS goes in for the kill. A turnaround here for Myanmar as 3 members are down. Biston finally gets the shutdown by Myanmar. Nice engage here by Myanmar. They actually baited the members of Laos to actually force that clash out.
Laos got the Lord, but Myanmar won the clash with that yin yang overturn. Actually, I was concerned that the Black Dragon formation was indeed casted and they couldn't no longer use it as they back off. But that yin yang overturn for that Oh My Jenny, serving them big as they take down two members of Laos. But now they have to deal with this Lord, but pretty much confident enough as they try to take down this Lord outside of their base.
Yeah, the biggest thing was Oper actually died in that clash, and right after that, it was just Jack left to sustain the. How should I say this? They are not as tanky as Myanmar. Like, I mean, if you take a look at the composition of Laos, it's just actually Oper who's gonna tank in the damage here for Laos. And right after that, what's next for Laos? I mean, you've seen it. They were picked off one by one, and right now it seems like another pick off is about to happen here. Sidestep here for Biston as PS is in a dangerous situation, gets taken down here by Jack, Lelouch, and Biston as they will take down the tower on the top side, baiting PS out once again. He does have the damage, he does have the DHS, the War Axe, and the Endless Battle, but Pistons and Jack's rotations or baits are always so on point. The flicker and then the sustain from Jack is just enough to take down PS all the time. They have been doing this earlier on, and right now Laos knows the winning condition is to take in more towers. Inhibitors are left here for Myanmar as Laos is relentless here on the clashes, relentless on the pushing.
What an amazing support on the side of that Rafaela. Actually, that sustain by the Rafaela. Even though the Tempest of Blades was casted, no damage was dealt for Laos as Rafaela continues to support that Timmy as they now try to take this blue buff away from PS. PS will not get that blue buff as they will try to continue to defend their inhibitor towers. What an amazing rotation for Laos. Now, I like that Rafaela. Rafaela continues to stick with that Kimmy as they know the vital option, the vital plan to win this game is to help sustain that Kimmy since he's able to burst out every single member of Myanmar, especially Peace Ling.
Yeah, if you take a look at Biston's gold, he's already standing at a 10.4k. That is way more than the jungler, way more than the gold laner here of Myanmar. And it just says a lot. He already has the Holy Crystal by this point, so it's just Biston here, just dishing out so much damage up against Myanmar as they try to go in for the Luminous Lord. This time Oper in the front lines, trying to zone away the members here of Myanmar, but I feel like Laos is just gonna try to possibly force out the clash before they try to take in the Lord, considering that they are going up against PS here, who could actually steal away the Lord at any given time. This is a Ling you're going up against.
Myanmar forced to engage with that Lord as they don't want the Luminous Tower taken by Laos as it will bring down their inhibitor turrets. A Black Dragon formation has not been casted, but Laos will instead focus on clearing that mid lane as their Lord resets. No clash still happening right here in the mid lane, but both teams continue to poke each other as Rafaela tries to go for that Yuzhong. Opper will back out and go for that Matilda. Backs out instead, disengages instead, will reset the Lord, will try again, but nope, they will reset the Lord as they will focus clearing the lanes, pushing the lanes. They need to push out all lanes so they can comfortably get that Lord. But as you can see, the micromanaging of Myanmar, managing all three lanes and actually preventing Laos from getting that turtle. Beautiful, beautiful defense on the side of Myanmar. Now, what Laos has to do is they have to regroup, replan what they have to do, what lane they want to focus on, how will they take down the Lord, and I think they really need to bait out this Black Dragon formation or this Yin Yang overturn from this Kagura to be able to have a good clash, to be able to win that clash. Because as you can remember, the last time they clashed here, the Lord, that they got the Lord, but that Black Dragon formation and of course that Yin Yang overturn cost them 2 of their 5 heroes. So despite having the Lord, they weren't able to take down any inhibitor towers.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem here now for Laos. They want to take this Lord, but the split pushes from PS is just there, and now Oper is the only one left here. They have been, like what you said, they have been micromanaging their lanes very well now. And Myanmar, they know that very well. They just have to zone the members from Laos away from this Lord because it seems like Laos, they can't win the clashes if they're not together, right? And the composition here of Myanmar is just to keep pushing the sides so that Laos doesn't go for that Lord. They know very well that they only have the inhibitor towers left. But it seems like Laos, yeah, you know what? We'll just let you have that top side tower as your name goes in for this Lord. Here comes the circling eagle as Myanmar actually steals that Lord with the yin yang overturn.
Myanmar with that Lord Steal, but a comeback clash on the side of Laos, taking that Yuzhong and Ling down. What an amazing effort on the side of Myanmar as they take down the Lord, but it will cost them 3 players as Matilda just died right now. 2 for 3 on the side of Laos, but yes, indeed, Myanmar was able to take that Lord, that yin-yang overturn again, turning things around, as in the first clash, they were able to take down 2 members of Laos, and now they were able to take down 2 members of Laos again, but this time with the Lord. What a good comeback on the side of Myanmar, and what a good counter engagement on the side of Laos. Both teams performing well.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Oh My Jenny actually got the Lord there. It would have been a different story for Myanmar if it was actually Laos that secured in the Lord. The timing here of Black's circling eagle onto your name was actually a very good call from Myanmar, as Oh My Jenny was able to get that yin yang overturn. It was Laos that won that clash, but fortunately enough, Myanmar, Oh My Jenny actually bought so much time for them. They got the Lord, they also got at least a tower here up against Laos, and now it's a pretty much even ball game in terms of the gold. It's not so far. So right now, in moments like this, the 17-minute mark going to the 20-minute mark, these are the moments wherein you see that it's just all about the clashes. Whoever wins the clash will have a high chance of winning this game or securing this game in the bag.
You have to commend the damage of Biston as he was able to take down a Luminous Lord right before it reached their tier 2 tower in the bot lane. Now, if I were Myanmar, I would focus all of my attacks. I would focus my Yin Yang overturn, my Circling Eagle on that Kimmy. But even though they managed to catch that Kimmy, their sustain coming from the support of Rafaela manages to keep Kimmy alive as Kimmy continues to deal damage for Laos.
Yep, the biggest problem here is how mobile the composition here of Myanmar. You have a Ling. You also have Gumi just rotating to all sides. I mean, earlier on, you saw him going to the top side, clearing out the way, split pushing here with Black. And you also have PS here. So even without the Lord here, it's just Myanmar taking at least 1 or 2 towers here. And Laos knows that very well. They are very team fight centric with their composition. But Myanmar, they're just more on the split push type. Okay, they have been doing that so well.
Apart from the towers taken down, it's pretty much an even ball game as both teams have 54k gold and a 10-9 kill on the scoreboard as YSS pops his ult, wanting to get vision, wanting to get good position on that evolved Lord in the 18th minute mark. Now, this Lord is very crucial as this will dictate the final outcome of the game. Pretty much, if you get this Lord, you will go right after that GG push. So now, what Myanmar has to do is they have to think about when will Benno cast his dragon formation, when will Black cast his circling eagle on that Kimmy.
Exactly.
You have to make sure that they get that Kimmy off guard. Even though you pick off Rafaela, at least pick off Rafaela or Kimmy. You have to pick between those two since, Kimmy really relies on the sustain coming from that Rafaela as they focused pretty much all the items of Kimmy are magic damage apart from that immortality. So they really have to pick up this Rafaela or this Kimmy to be able to take down this Lord and eventually win the clash.
Yeah, you know what? Our gold laners are actually preparing for the pandemonium that's about to happen. And speaking of, let's take a look at the items. Black, Gumi, and Benno already purchasing the Radiant Armor. Taking a look at Biston's items, he's also ready pretty much for the clash, getting that immortality instead of the boots. So a lot of these heroes, both from Laos and Myanmar, taking out their boots, going for the total sustain here. They are prepared for the clash. And the biggest question here is who is going to engage. There is a lot of engage here for the side of Myanmar. They have been engaging earlier on. As for Laos, it's just Oper. They're just zoning out the members of Myanmar.
One good thing to note is we actually reached our first match that reached the 20-minute mark. So pretty much an even ball game as Laos tries to start off this Lord. Benno still focusing on that Oper. Oper will go down. Lord still alive. Black Dragon formation zoning out. Circling Eagle on that Kimmy. Kimmy will flicker out. Good stun on that Rafaela, but the flame shot on Kagura will finish that Kimmy. Kimmy pops immortality, but will still go down as Ling pops the Tempest of Blades. Will go right after that Yuuzhan Shin. Yuuzhan Shin sidestepping, actually turning things around. Ling will not go down as YSS will go down in hands of Matilda. 5 members of Myanmar still alive as they take down 3 members of Laos. They also take down the Lord. What a turn of events on the side of Myanmar. That Black Dragon formation, that time they went after Oper. They killed Oper right away. And the circling Eagle on that Kimmy set them up for this victory as Ling continues to go for the backline. Stop at Rafaela with a beautiful stun. Tempest of Blades will be popped. Going right after that Eve. Eve and Rafaela forced back out. Yang overturn. Eve counters that Yang overturn by killing. But Myanmar's onslaught takes Laos down to get the victory of game 1. What an amazing turn of events. That Yin Yang overturn, that circling Eagle, and of course that Black Dragon form served them well as they take down Laos. Laos will suffer a 0-3 standing in the second day of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. BK, I'm speechless. I am speechless.
Let me take the floor from you. Let's take a look at the post-game results here. It's Oh My Jenny finally. I'm not so sure if I've seen her yesterday or I've seen him yesterday, but Oh My Jenny takes the stage for Myanmar, being the MVP of this game, 4-3-8. I mean, I would have to give it to Oh My Jenny for this round. He got the Lord, stole the Lord actually, got in, made so much setups here for Myanmar. Take a look at her team fight participation. It's actually 100% considering that she's rotating with Black. The stats here, they don't lie. But I also have to commend here Gumi and PS, who have been split pushing the entire game. It was a slow start for Myanmar because Benno was actually not winning the trades in the lane, but it was just Myanmar winning the final clash that they needed to win, and therefore they were the ones who secured the victory for this game.
I actually agree. Oh My Jenny is my MVP. First, the clash when Laos was able to get the Lord, he was able to turn things around with that Yin Yang overturn, killing 2 members of Laos in the process. And now, as you mentioned, stealing the Lord and winning the clash. Amazing plays on the side of Myanmar. But we do have to commend as well Oper. Oper's glue was detriment. I was very exceptional in the early game, actually forcing Yu Zhong to back off, killing Yu Zhong and forcing him back to the base. And as the XP laner approaching the 4-minute mark, he was only level 3. So good plays on the side of Oper for Laos. But unfortunately, that Yin Yang overturn turned things around, giving Myanmar the win in the game 1.
Yep. Fantastic turn of events for Myanmar. It was not a good start for them, but they ended strong. So right now, speaking of ending, it's still not over. We still have more games here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Later on, we still have another series. But for now, we'll be passing the ball once again to Miss Ida.
That was, again, another phenomenal clash that we have witnessed today here in Razer C Invitational. And I love how BK spoke of relentlessness as our teams are really hounding for that win. And they're really hungry, just going after every victory and trying that they can just take their hands on. And I didn't actually see that coming as Laos had that aggression. And I was seeing a plot twist for them. But then again, Myanmar kind of sealed the deal in that final clash, as they've said. If there is an Oh My Venus in the Philippines, we definitely have an Oh My Jenny representing and hailing all the way from Myanmar. Congratulations, because that is a 1-0 for Myanmar versus Laos. But that is only game 1 from our match 2, and we still have one more game to seal the deal. Will Myanmar take this victory, or will Laos turn things around this time and still get that love story ending for them? So, but before anything else, I just wanted to share how the gaming industry evolved to from we thought gaming was just a waste of time back then, but now it actually is giving so much entertainment and so much career for a lot of gamers who are just passionate with what they do. And thanks so much to Razer, because they have also evolved with those times, and especially in this kind of generation. Now that we're all into mobile games, and most of those games are free, everyone has access to it, because games are for all genders, for all races, for all faces. And have you ever thought of becoming a mobile esports star yourself? Have you ever had that? You'd better be ready with the latest in tech for smartphones, and even the peripherals, because we're ready to ensure to get you always on top of your game. So, what about cranking up your iOS and Android device with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? Gain unhindered controls for your mobile games with its clickable analog thumbsticks and ultra low latency gameplay. So, if you don't want to use your thumbs anymore, you just want to take it up a notch, you definitely try the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller, where you can play all sorts of mobile games using a controller. How great is that? And make your move. And today, of course, the battle continues for Laos versus Myanmar, as game 2 is coming up next to your screen, guys. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be just taking a short break, and we'll see you back again. Welcome back to the Razer C Invitational 2022, and your host is still here, Aya Isburia, still bringing you some hype and action for today's matchup. And now we're diving into game two of Laos versus Myanmar for our MLBB division. So, will Laos get the victory this time, or will Myanmar end up with the sweep? We'll get to find that out. So, I'm not going to hold you guys back any longer. Let's see who will prevail for game two. Take it away to our energetic shoutcasters, Burger Kim and Inga Nation.
Once again, Miss Aya. Now, BK, no disrespect to Laos, but if I were Laos, I would ban that Kagura, that Yuzhong, that Ling, that Matilda, that I would ban
everything.
Lineup in the last game as they were able to turn things around. But also on the side of Myanmar, it seems like that glue was a big problem. So we will be expecting a ban on the glue here as well. But they have to respect also Pika Cats, Selena. So I do believe they will be banning Selena as well.
Yeah, let's see what will happen in this very second game. I feel like it was just that one clash that dictated everything for the side of Myanmar. One clash that they needed to do, plus the very mobile setup or the very mobile composition that they had. The biggest problem earlier on for the side of Laos was after their main frontliners out, what's the next thing for them? So that's just about it. And for me, it seems like the other teams or the other countries or the other regions are actually kind of reading what Laos wants to happen. They've been using similar compositions, they've been using similar heroes. For Myanmar, their biggest problem in the early stages of the game was the glue. Like what we mentioned, it was really it was such a menace to deal with up against the Yuzong, especially knowing that Yuzong has a lot of lifesteal and the glue was just dominating in the EXP lane. It could be a possible ban, or perhaps Myanmar could actually take it for themselves. But as I'm saying, the glue, it's actually going to be taken out here by Myanmar.
Respect ban for Opers.
Your team is banning.
As they ban Valentina for themselves. Now, if I were Laos, would you ban that Kagura?
Oh, because Myanmar and Laos, they both use the Kagura. So Kagura is a popular choice here for Lelouch. We've seen Lelouch use this Kagura. And as for Myanmar, we've also seen Oh My Jenny using that Kagura. So I don't think it's going to be banned out. It's not... It dishes out so much damage, but I feel like in terms of priority bans, it's not going to be the Kagura. Maybe perhaps in the second stages. Let's see. It all really depends on the first stages of the game. So the Glue, the Valentina, perhaps even the Selena here for Myanmar, Cecilion, Lilia. These are the classic heroes that they take out. But Myanmar actually takes out the Paquito, which they are known to be using as their jungler. So I'm actually curious why they took that out. It doesn't seem to be a choice for Laos. They're more on the Groove, more on the Esmeralda, but Laos also takes out another jungler option. I mentioned this earlier that they don't want to deal with the assassins, so they just take it out for themselves. Like, okay, we don't want to deal with this. I'm not surprised if Myanmar actually takes out Boss 4 or Boss 5 Selena. Will the Selena be opened up, and will the Cecilion actually be opened up? Because these are the heroes that were banned out in the previous game. So will we be seeing it here once again? So if ever the Selena does pop up, I feel like both teams, they should be ready that this will actually be the case.
I'm not sure, but every time that Matilda is picked, it automatically I'm not sure if I'm correct, but there's a big assurance that your team will be winning if you have the Matilda, as we see in the trend of the previous games. But Matilda seems to not still be banned here, despite amazing plays, circling Eagle on that Kimmy. So
yeah, I feel like it's not so much of a threat. Yeah, I feel like it's not so much of a threat. Maybe that's why it's not being banned out. Yes, it does give mobility to the team, Dengan, but it's not so much of a, like, it's not hard to deal with, right? It's not as hard to deal with like the Selena, like the Glue. Those are mostly annoying. Matilda just mostly gives like a movement speed. At the same time, gives you ins and outs in the clashes. But the Hayabusa final ban, there's a lot open here, Ingen. It's so exciting to see this happen. Cecilion, Lilia, Matilda could be a great pick here for Myanmar. Laos can now perhaps answer it out with the Sicilian or the Lilia for the mid side. The biggest problem is what's going to be the mid laner here for Myanmar. If ever, yeah, I feel like it's going to be the Sicilian here for Laos. Sicilian, perhaps even the Sicilian Lolita combo that we can be seeing here from Laos. It could be a priority pick. Makito is already out, so that's not gonna be a viable option here for Laos. But it seems like Laos always going for the burst or the heavy damage output. The Cecilia and the Clint actually secured in for Laos. So Myanmar goes for the Matilda and the Lilia. It's already a given fact that if you have a Matilda and the Lilia, it's going to be an early game domination as well. You don't have the Selena, but you have the mobility. And as compared to a Sicilian, you need to scale up, right? You need to wait for your power spike. You don't have that in the early stage of the game. I think that's something that Laos lacks right now. So a Lolita could be a great pick here for the side of Laos. Myanmar can perhaps go with the, I'm thinking something along the lines of an Esmeralda, maybe a Uranus to take it away from Laos. They actually get the Uranus here this time. And taking a look at Laos's composition, they can go for the Lolita this time. Okay, it could be banned out, but okay, Laos goes for the Esmeralda to go head to head because there's a big possibility that Myanmar will actually take that out in the second banning phase. And speaking of the second banning phase, here we go. For both teams, they still don't have a jungler, so I'm gonna be expecting all the jungler options to be taken out once again, Ingan.
Yeah, and I do agree with that Lolita and Sicilian combination, the Luminous Blast along with the skills of Sicilian and that Falling Star Moon. What a good CC and AoE effect for Laos if they do take that Lolita, but as you can see, they are still going right after the assassins. Laos continues to apply their strategy in the first game as they take down most assassins here in the current meta.
Your team they
take out the assassins, and as for Myanmar, it's already a given. Laos has been putting out this Olus in the previous game, so it's going to be one less option here for Laos. Laos already taking down 3 junglers, the Lancelot, the Hayabusa, as well as the Fanny. So what's left here, Pakito's also out, by the way, so the Ling also just really limiting the junglers here. I'm not surprised if Myanmar will actually take out the Roger. Yeah, the Roger
actually will be taken out here.
Yeah, so they'll be forced to break something out like a Bane or a Barats. That's the next best thing, right? Because look at the bans here of Laos. It's just, you know what, we won't give PS any heroes. You know, we're just gonna force you to take something like a Yisun, a Roger, Barats, and Bane. I think those are the next viable options. Yeah, Roger. Yeah, you're learning. Laos, you're really learning.
Maybe Laos could go for an X-board jungler.
I don't think that's
jungler in a while.
Yeah, they did some nerfs. They did some nerfs on that. I was gonna say a Yisun actually for the composition here of Laos. It's going to be vital, especially since the heroes here are heavy burst damage, the Sicilian and the Clint, especially a Sicilian. You really need the proper positioning to be able to dish out the damage here to Myanmar. I'm actually kind of worried, especially if Laos does push this over to more than the 15-minute mark, but they do decide to answer it out with a possible quad jungler, but I feel like it's going to be a
gold lane.
Maybe a gold lane. Yeah, gold lane.
No, jungler.
It's a quad jungler. So, okay, Myanmar says, Laos, you want the Sicilian, you want those scaling heroes. Fine, we'll give it to you. We'll also have a scaling heroes here. Myanmar does answer it out with a burst. So I like this. I like the answer from Myanmar, but the biggest question finally for Laos is they still need a tank. Lolita's still open here, by the way. Lolita would be great to contain the heroes here of Myanmar, especially since they are quite more on, not so much on the tanky side, more on the burst. So Lolita would be great here. Perhaps a Kufra. Oh, but the Lolita will be the pick. I kept mentioning this earlier on. It seems like these two teams are just limiting out the junglers. They completely forgot about the other heroes that can actually shine as well, which is the Lolita. One possible set here would be detrimental here for Myanmar, especially since there are a lot of heroes that can take them down. But take a look at the composition here, Ingan. What do you prefer, or what do you think about the composition here of Laos? Is it much better than the previous game, or will it be the same results?
Compared to the previous game, they also had the YSS jungler for the side of Laos, but a lot of CC, a lot of crowd control on the side of Laos. So I do believe that Laos will rely on those 5-man clashes, 4-man clashes, group clashes. Apart from this squad from Myanmar headed by this Claude jungler along with the Lilia, Lunox, and of course that Matilda. So for the side of Laos, I do believe they will force a lot of clashes, considering that they have a lot of CC and AoE damage. But Myanmar will do their best to pick off, especially their gold laner, their Clint, and of course that YSS. So different strategies, different approaches for both teams.
Definitely, since there is a Claude jungler, which means that it's going to take PS some time to actually dish out the damage. They did give some buffs on the Claude, but I mean, in terms of scaling, it is a fairly even ball game between Yi Sun Shin and the Claude. The biggest thing here is that the Claude really needs some time to take in the resources that he needs to get, as well as the Yi Sun Shin. So I'm gonna be expecting a pretty long game here as well, Ingen. What do you think?
That was, I know, I was actually thinking the same during the picking phase. Now we will indeed see another long game, maybe reach the 20-minute mark, especially considering how these two teams were very much passive in the first few minutes of the early game. So, and their discipline along with their reinventions of strategies will take us to a long game.
Yep. Scaling heroes, it seems to be the key for, or the key word rather, for this game between Myanmar and Laos. But we are going to be heading onto a technical pause actually, as our players are trying to fix their what they need to fix before the game actually starts. But let's talk a little bit about the early game. We've been talking about, yes, it's a late game composition for both teams. They are going to shine in the late game, but let's take a look at the early game. I have to give it to Myanmar when it comes to the early game. They have the Lilia, they have the Matilda, so it's a given fact that they can pressure Lelouch on the Sicilian. So I would give it to that. Mid lane, perhaps Myanmar could dominate in the earlier stages, but as for late game, I'm not so sure. It could be an even ball game. You have a Lunox, you have a Claude, and as for the side of Laos, you have the Clint and the Sicilian. So pretty much even ball game in the late game, but for the earlier stages, I feel like Laos just has to control their lanes or sustain their lanes for the meantime.
I do agree with that take. Myanmar does have the upper advantage here in the early game, as we experienced in the previous games, that Matilda always seems to be the main aggressor for any team holding that Matilda along with this Lilia. And I do believe in the first game of the whole series, the first game, Lilia was actually very, very vital part on slowing down the jungler of the opposing team. So I have to give it to Myanmar. They have to utilize their advantage in the early game to be able to sustain that YSS, sustain especially that Sicilian.
Sicilian under the hands of Lelouch and Jack. So it's not going to be easy to actually I feel like it's not going to be easy to invade, not going to be easy to sustain the lane as well. But it's a good thing that Lelouch on the Sicilian has a very fast wave clear, as Oh My Jenny also has a decent wave clear here as this Lilia. It's going to be a fast clear on the mid side, as I feel like both teams will definitely rotate to the gold side. Interesting enough, and speaking of the gold lane, it is going to be the Lunox up against the Clint. Something we haven't seen for the longest time. We've seen the mages dominate the gold lane in the previous patches, but right now, not so much. We're more on to the marksman meta right now. It's the marksman era. Yeah. So Clint up against the Lunox.
Matches actually in the gold lane between that Clint and that Beatrice, but a Lunox versus Clint, we'll see how this goes. But I'm surprised Esmeralda actually winning the XP lane and the bot lane, as Uranus will have to go home. Good start on the side of that Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, Oper still winning the trades up against Benno, as Benno will actually miss out one minion wave there. But you can also see how PS is actually rotating to the bot side, because it seems like Myanmar and Laos, they have a very different story here on the top side. I'm expecting Gumi to be spamming those skills, especially when he does reach that level 4 mark on this Lunox. He can spam those Chaos Assault, the Order of Brilliance as well to take down Biston. So you can see that Jack is actually really babysitting Biston here on the top side.
An easy turtle take for Myanmar, as Claude goes right after that turtle. An easy take for Myanmar. Now I do have to say that Laos spent pretty much time at the top lane as they tried to bring down that Matilda and that Lunox, actually sacrificing the chance to get that turtle. Now we see pokings happening here in the mid lane as both teams continue to maximize their resources. Such a very passive gameplay as we seen in the bot lane, as that Falling Star Moon will connect, but Benno manages to sustain the damage given by Esmeralda. YSS helping Benno right there, damaging Benno right there, but the Uranus will sustain all the damage taken.
Yeah, Piston is actually having a hard time here on the top side. Jack knows that very well, as the gold will still go to PS. Jack in the midst of it all once again. He does block the projectiles coming in from these two teams, but Gumi does get the kill as Gumi reaches that level 4 power spike. And mind you, not level 4, it's a level 4 power spike. But on the mid side, we have a different story. Lelouch takes down Oh My Jenny on the Sicilian. Myanmar, Laos with a very even ball game right now. They are controlling. They know their winning condition as well. So right now, it's a matter of extending the game for both of these teams. It's gonna look good for them, but in the early stages of the game, like what I mentioned, it is going to be Myanmar's.
And I do believe Gumi will bring down Flint, as Gumi will be taken down by this Lolita. Pretty much an even trade for the side of Myanmar, but Lolita indeed got the kill. So Myanmar still wins that flash, but the power spike of this Lunox, you can feel it early on as he was able to even tower dive in the first clash there, getting the first blood against that Flint as this Falling Star Moon will fall in the turtle lane, as Uranus continues to back up. The damage coming from that YSS ult along with the micromanaging of Esmeralda will take down that Benno, will take down Uranus.
It was a little bit too much for Benno to take. That's a lot of bursts coming in, especially since Lelouch already popped up that ultimate, not to mention the stuns coming in from Jack. With that being said, after Benno, it's a hard reset for Myanmar, as Laos will position themselves here in the turtle side. Black tries to go in for the circling eagle, does get your name, will be taken by Myanmar once again. It's not Ome Jenny, it is Gumi taking in the turtle away from Laos. Black once again with the circling eagle, right on point, right on time.
Two turtles to none for the side of Myanmar, as the proper timing of that Lunox ult was very vital in getting and stealing that turtle, but good defense then on the side of this Cecilia, as he was able to CC Lunox and of course that Matilda to stop their attack, as forces from Laos continue to focus on that tier 1 tower in the top lane. We have an engagement here in the mid lane as Lilia will go for that Esmeralda, will back off, but Lolita trying to zone out this Lunox. Nothing happens, both teams still playing passively, as Sicilian will try to zone out this Matilda alongside this Lilia. 3 forces from Laos still in the top lane, wasting, I won't say wasting, but they could focus on different lanes, as nothing happens here in the top lane. They could go for a push in the mid lane, go right after the Sicilian, as Sicilian continues to scale. 1-0-2 for that Sicilian. Sicilian will be a big problem for them in the future, so I think they really have to put a lot
on
of
the bot
pressure
side.
in the Sicilian, as Opper will not go down, trying to save that tier 1 tower in the bot lane, as something is happening right here in the top lane. Matilda will force to back out, as red team will take down the tier 1 tower. Lolita continuing still to go right after the Lunox. Lunox will pop that ult to be able to be saved. They are wasting, I believe Laos is focusing too much on the top lane, that other lanes right now are suffering. Now there's a 4-man rotation on the side of Laos. Will they take down Matilda and Lunox? Lunox continue to burst out the damage on this YSS. Sicilian with another amazing set as they take down Matilda, and Matilda alone. Lunox still alive, and with that tower, good clash on the side of Laos, but good defense then on the side of Myanmar, as Laos will try to take this turtle.
Yep, Jack already setting up the plays here for Laos. It was a nice Numenon blast, but fortunately enough for Gumi, he still had that flicker. Therefore, he was able to escape that clash. But Oper, once again, black shoes here for Jenny, as Laos will be forcing out the clash. Oh my goodness, PS goes in for the first damage, takes down Your Name, but here comes the Luge with the ultimate as well. Black also goes in with the Circling Eagle, will be able to escape that one. It is 2-for-none trade as Myanmar once again will take this turtle. Benno in a dangerous situation here, has the ultimate here being chopped up, but Black and Oh My Jenny will still continue to fight here, but take a look at Gumi on the backside, taking down the Luge, the biggest problem here for Myanmar. But messy clashes there, but it's still Myanmar winning that one. And let's take a look at their items. And you can see PS already dishing out so much damage with that ultimate, with the burst that's coming out from the Claude, with the enhanced staff, the golden staff rather, and the DHS. PS is just gonna really hurt in every single clash. This is just the 8-minute mark, mind you, but also I have to point out that Lelouch also has that lightning truncheon, so it is going to be the power activated here for both Myanmar and Laos. 5-5 is our score. Myanmar leading with the gold lead. My biggest question here for Laos is every time they try to take in an objective like the Turtle and the Lord, I'm not so sure why they always back away every time Black has that Circling Eagle. I mean, they could have gotten the Turtle, they could have gotten the Lord with the Retribution. It's always Your Name playing on the safe side. Kind of understand with their composition, but I mean, they should do like some engages. I mean, they always back out from the clashes. It's why that's the biggest reason actually why Myanmar is actually winning all the trades, winning in all the objectives.
I would agree. Along with that clash in the turtle lane, Laos actually had a good position in the turtle lane, but that blazing duet coming from that Claude, bursting two members of Laos, and of course that Lunox going right after the backline in exchange for his own life. Good clashes for both teams, but Laos seemed, I agree with what you said with Laos, starting those initiations on those objectives, but seems to back out despite having the Circling Eagle, despite having the Luminous Blast from that Lolita, and of course the skills of Sicilian. They seem to just back out. I don't understand.
Yep, Myanmar, they are on the aggressive side. Laos knows this. They're more on the story here of Myanmar and Laos is they are not afraid to dive. They're not afraid to do in those pickoffs. They're not afraid to die, especially since if they want to get those crucial pickoffs, Benno forced to pop in that ultimate just to save his life, as well as the Purify is still up for him, by the way. Laos right now and Myanmar, yes, going in for the possible Lord take, but it seems like it's another story here on the bot side, Dengan.
Clashes continue to emerge in the mid lane as Laos forced to back up another clear and free objective on the side of Myanmar, as Sicilian with a beautiful set, no follow-up right after. Both teams will disengage, but Uranus continues to zone this out. I just couldn't say Myanmar's team composition, Myanmar's rotation is so beneficial for them. Actually, on the second turtle, they were still able to manage to get the turtle by that Gumi casting that ult perfect in time to be able to steal that turtle. Now they have a free take on the Lord as they wait for the Lord. Good rotations, good follow-ups, and of course, good communications on the side of Myanmar.
Yep, taking a look at the items here of PS, it's going to be pandemonium once again if ever there is a clash. PS already has the Wind of Nature finally, probably sustaining in the possible damage from Your Name as well as Piston. But taking a look at the tower takes, it's pretty much an even ball game, but I feel like Myanmar should be able to take in at least the tier 2 towers here from the side of Laos, considering that Laos is playing so passively right now.
Blazing Duet will take down that Clint as Lilia finishes it off. Clashes continue to emerge as that Luminous Blast continues to stun 4 players of Myanmar. Myanmar continuing the attack. YSS will go down as long as Lunox will also go down. Double kill on that Uranus. A 3-4-4 trade. A 2-for-4 trade on the side of Myanmar as they continue to go for this Esmeralda. That Luminous Blast caught Myanmar off guard, but the sustainability of Myanmar keeps them alive as the Falling Star Moon will be cast, trying to defend this tier 1 tower here in the bot lane. Esmeralda still alive as he continues to burst out members of Myanmar. Will Uranus go down? Uranus will successfully evade the attack as they continue to guard their base. Their tier 1 in the bot lane will, the tier 3 tower, the inhibitor tower in the bot lane will go down, but what a good effort, what a good defense on the side of Laos with that Esmeralda. that Luminous Blast, that was their opportunity to turn things around. But the sustainability of the heroes coming from Myanmar just seems to hold every attack, every damage that Laos continues to dish out on Myanmar. But I have to commend that Luminous Blast once again.
Yep, you know what, Laos is playing so passively. That's really what I noticed from the very first game. They can actually engage, considering the fact that they have a lot of bursts here. They also have the setups from Jack as well as Oper. So I'm just wondering why they're playing so passively as compared to Myanmar, who's not afraid to dive. Did you see Gumi going all the way to reach the backlines here of Laos, therefore getting the kills that they wanted? It's just Laos. I feel like they have to be a bit more fearless here. They're not so fearless when it comes to the clashes. Most of the time, if you see like one member picked off, either Oper or maybe even Jack, they always back away from the clashes. I kind of get it. Yes, they want to stay on the safe side, but I mean, this is Myanmar that just wants to engage. So they have the firepower. I feel like Laos just has to activate that.
Yeah, and I do agree with your take on Myanmar being that aggressive, not afraid to dive. Actually, the first skill of the match is a tower dive coming from that Gumi. But I do believe that Laos has to play passively as they're waiting for the Sicilian to scale. That's why they're not afraid, I guess. Even though their tier 3 tower in the bottom lane is taken down, they're still relying on that scaling of Sicilian as well as the sustainability of this Esmeralda. As you can see, Esmeralda was really trying to defend that tier 3 tower in the bot lane, but unfortunately the tier 3 tower will go down, but the health of Esmeralda still up there. Amazing defense on the side of that Esmeralda. Now, if Laos wants to win this game, I do agree with you that they have to take risks. They have to take dives. They have to take those beautiful sets. A lot of times in the clashes, they already got the set coming from that Sicilian, coming from that Luminous Blast from Lolita, but the follow-up seems to not push through. They use the set, then they immediately back away.
Yep. Laos is just playing very passively. That's really what I noticed earlier on. Every time there's a clash, they seem to back away, even though they have the artillery for it, they have the skills, they have the damage for it. But I feel like Myanmar, it's really paying off well. Their dives, the time that they actually use to scale up, and if you take a look at the gold lead, it's really leaning more on Myanmar. So I feel like one more clash will do the trick. Myanmar knows that Laos is more on the passive side, so they can go on full aggressive. And I feel like it's not really biting them back right as of now. They're doing really well. I also have to commend the setups here from Jack. The Numenon Blast is always so on point, but it seems like Laos, like what I mentioned, they are playing passively. So it's actually quite difficult for them to get the pickoffs that they want.
I do agree. And now, as the game resumes, Claude continues to maximize these resources as Laos trying to stay in the mid lane, trying to stay together to counterattack the onslaught of Myanmar's fast rotation, as Myanmar garners good position here in the Lord lane as they try to take down this Luminous Lord in the 13-minute mark.
Luminous Lord. Once again, this is Myanmar. They know that Laos will try to back away, especially since if another one will actually be taken down. But Myanmar, that was a quick Lord for them, given the fact that they have this Claude. So now Laos is more on the defensive side, as Oper will try to push that bot side tower.
I do agree that Laos will have to play passively and defensively, trying to rely on that Sicilian as they wait for the Luminous Lord to enter their base. Both forces playing disciplined, very disciplined on the side of Laos and on the side of Myanmar, actually waiting for that Lord to engage, to come closer in the base before they initiate the clash.
Yep, if you take a look at what Laos and Myanmar is doing, Laos is more on they're grouping up all four of them or all five of them, as compared to Myanmar. Each one of them, they know what they need to do, right? They can split push. They did that in the very first game, and right now we are heading onto the tower take or the inhibitor takes here for the side of Laos. As the Luminous Lord, they have to deal with this first, as Laos is now on the full defensive side. Myanmar can go for the dives anytime now.
Inhibitor tower will go down in the top lane as the Luminous Blast will be casted. Lilia dealing huge damage on that Lolita, but that Lolita will not go down as they protect this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Good defense on the side of Laos as they were able to take down the Luminous Lord along with saving their tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
Yep, 2 towers down for Laos. That's the price they have to pay for being really passive. I know, I get it, their composition is the scaling type, but let's not forget Myanmar is also that scaling type of composition as Lelouch uses that Winter Truncheon, but it's not gonna buy him sometime. PS dishes out so much damage. 1 member down, Lelouch is gone, but still Biston is here to save the day. But Myanmar, they are not afraid. They still don't want to take this mid lane tower. They can possibly go for that the base of Laos, but they choose to back away for the meantime.
Blazing duet! What an amazing blazing duet on that Claude, picking off that Sicilian, but on the side of Laos, they were still able to stand their ground as they were able to defend their tier 1 tower along with their base, but the creeps continue to pile up in their base as the Uranus continues to zone out that split. Falling Star Moon will connect, but Lunox is not there. Esmeralda will not take down anyone. Lolita with the Luminous Blast not hitting anyone. Lilia killed that Lolita, and now Myanmar will be forced to back out as they wait for another Lord. Good clash on the side of Myanmar, but they casted all their ults, but they still can't manage to bring down the other members of Laos. Now they have to wait back, sit back, relax, and take down this Lord to be able to get a sure kill, a sure win in game 2.
Take a look at the gold here for all of the heroes in Myanmar, just except for Black. They are leading on the gold lead. And taking a look at the gold here of Laos, it's just Esmeralda that has the 10.8k gold lead. That's saying a lot about how passively Laos has been playing in the previous minutes. And now Myanmar still going for this second Lord of the game. Still a Luminous Lord. It's going to be a quick Lord definitely, as no inhibitors are left here for Laos. They can only defend so much. I mean, I'm just really waiting for the engage here. They have the firepower. They have all the artillery that they need. They're just not playing as aggressively as Myanmar. That is really the biggest factor here why Laos is actually more on the passive side, more on the defensive side here in this game number 2.
As we approach the 18th minute mark, the 3rd consecutive base defense on the side of Laos, but will this be enough for Myanmar to take down the 5 members of Laos and eventually win this game as they wait for that Luminous Lord? And now we will see who will initiate. Will the Luminous Blast connect? Will the skills of the Season connect? Will that Falling Star Moon connect? As we enter the next and possibly final clash, Esmeralda continuing to battle that Uranus as circling Eagle on that Clint. Clint will not go down, but the Lord is still alive and continues to take down the tower as Myanmar will win game 2. Another sweep on Laos for today's game. Now that was amazing. Although they weren't able to take down the members of Laos, they refocused on the objectives instead. As they had the Lord, they were able to push down that base down. So they did that instead of focusing on that Esmeralda, on that the rest of the Laos. So they did what they had to do, which is to bring down that base, eventually winning the game.
Yep, if you take a look at the post-match results, it's PS. Take a look at his KDA. It's 108, being the MVP of this game. He already secured the Athena's shield, which means he was ready for the damage output coming in from Oper as well as Lelouch. All the dives that Myanmar did in this game was so on point, very calculated. Therefore, their aggression actually paid off. Didn't bite them back in didn't bite them back actually. We ended this game in the 17th minute mark, but obviously with how passively Laos has been playing, it was just Myanmar's game from the very beginning. But that's about it for our post-game stats. I can just say that Laos, maybe you guys should maybe initiate sometime, because it's a lot more, it's a very passive game for them, and they have the artillery for it. I'm just wondering why they don't engage as much. They always back away from the clashes. I know they don't want to get picked off, but it's just really devastating to watch, especially since they have the firepower for it. But Dengan, we still have the very last game for this Razer Invitational Southeast Asia for today, game number 3. But good thing enough for Myanmar, they actually closed this series with a 2-0 sweep up against Laos. It's not a very good day for Laos, but we still have plenty more matches here in the Invitational. But for now, we'll be passing it back to our lovely host, Miss Aya.
Laos held down the fort well, but Myanmar was just charging too fast and too hard for this one. And that is another bravery coming from Myanmar as they come out victorious once again as the victors of Game 2, Match 2 in our MLBB division of our Razer C Invitational. That is another clean sweep for you, a 2-0 to put in our record books. And so this ends our Laos and Myanmar series, but we still have one more coming up for you guys. Cambodia versus the Philippines. But before anything else, maybe you have noticed something different with me. My Razer Black Shark V2 Pro just came in yesterday, and I'm so honored and privileged to try it out today. The major thing that I love about this headset is it's a wireless and it's hyper everything, hyper speed, hyper sound with the super cardio mic, and also by hyper speed there is low latency. It's always in sync. So when it comes to communicating with your teammates, because we all know that communication is one of the top keys, and being able to perform so well in the stage of esports, especially for pro players. Kahit naman, even in relationships. Okay, I started speaking Tagalog right there because I'm seeing some Filipinos here in the chat. But yeah, even in relationships overall, the world revolves around communication, and Razer has evolved with the world so well that we're giving out to you this featuring, showcasing this Black Shark V2 Pro. So I'm gonna show you the box. It looks like this, and this is the one that I'm wearing right now. Again, it's wireless, and I think my favorite thing about this so far, besides the wireless feature, is that it's so light on your head and on your ears. Even though we've been doing this for like 6 hours to 7 hours every day, it feels so comfortable to use, especially for gamers who play, I don't know, 8 to 12 hours a day or more than that. I feel like 6 hours is just like baby steps compared to how long you guys immerse into your game. So the sound of esports unleashed again with the Razer Black Shark Feature Pro. Take the esports communication to the next level with its hyper wireless connection, hyper clear mic, and of course noise cancellation. Esports communication, this is exactly what you'd want for an esports headset, the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. And now we are up to the final series again. That's Cambodia versus the Philippines here in our Razer TV. But we are going, I think, to take a short break. Yeah, I think we're gonna be doing a short break before we were to match 3. So see you guys back again in 5 minutes. we're back here in Razer's Invitational for the MLBB division, and now we are finally capping off the series for day 2. It is now down to Cambodia versus the Philippines. But let's just give you a little bit of a recap, especially for those people who just came in the stream. First off, we've got Laos versus Cambodia, with Cambodia taking the win, as that is a 2-0. And then for the second series, we've got Laos versus Myanmar. It's another 2-0. Myanmar taking 2 consistent wins for that round. So we're getting clean sweeps here and there for today's matchups. But yesterday, actually, Philippines also showed some of their might and glory, as they also took a clean sweep from yesterday's matches. Okay, so I hope you guys are game and ready for the final series for tonight. And of course, don't forget to keep supporting, keep rooting, make it as wholesome as possible, guys. Just have fun tonight. But I know it's going to be intense. Without any further ado, I am passing on the mic once again to our very energetic, unstoppable duo, Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's get jiggy with it.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction again, Miss Aya. And now, one of the hottest matchups in the tournament, the Philippines versus Cambodia. Both teams coming off a 2-0 sweep in the respective previous matches. Now, BK, we were talking a while ago about that Johnson. Now,
as I still not over that.
Yes, I tried to do that Johnson driving all around the land of the dawn, but I keep hitting everything. Like, I keep hitting the walls, I keep hitting turrets, I keep hitting everything. So I can't imagine how that Johnson, all throughout 90% of the whole match, is able to drive like that. And actually,
your team
also has a good timing when it comes to entering clashes, as Cambodia will ban the Lancelot.
Yep, given the fact that the Philippines is very known to be the assassin users, right? We are more on the assassin type of junglers. The Lancelot, the Ling, and the Hayabusa, they're quite popular in the Philippines. And speaking of the much-awaited match, I know our viewers from the Philippines, they have been waiting for this. They have been asking in the comment section, actually, like, okay, when will the Philippines be up? And now, finally, we have it for the very last game here in day number 2. Once again, Burger Kim and Dengan at your service. We are in the banning phase, by the way, between these two teams. If you take a look at the blue side, we have Cambodia, which means that they will be having the priority first pick for this game. Selena also banned out for the side of the Philippines. Cambodia, I feel like they're gonna continue taking out the possible junglers here for the Philippines. I mean, Choco. I feel like it's gonna be Choco who's gonna take the jungler role. Paquito, I'm not surprised if they'll take that out. It's based off Pac-Man, so I mean it's Philippines' popular or favorite pick as well. So maybe something along the lines of Paquito.
Your team
but they'll put it out, or they'll actually take out the Lilia in this second ban for Cambodia.
And as I recall in the previous match from the Philippines against Brunei, one of the key heroes for the Philippines was actually a mid lane Veil. Now, will we see Cambodia banning this Veil, as the Veil was really instrumental as the Philippines sweep Brunei 2-0, such a clean sweep. And also, the Philippines doesn't actually... I also agree that the Philippines are heavy assassins users, but in the previous game against Brunei, they actually flexed their versatility as they picked that Barats. If I recall correctly, they had that Barrett score worked perfectly well, despite Brunei having a Lilia.
Yeah, they seem to adjust to what type of composition the team has, or the opposing team has. But it seems like Selena Valentina, Philippines knows the meta very well. Top tier bans here for the side of the Philippines. Final ban here for Cambodia. Maybe perhaps I'm really thinking Paquito here, or maybe perhaps the Matilda could go. But I mean, Cambodia does have the first pick here, so they can perhaps take away the Paquito, away from Choco, away from the Philippines. So Cambodia, I'm not so sure. Philippines, we are very versatile. Oh,
Your team
Matilda,
is
actually.
banned.
I was right. So I was thinking along the lines of Matilda Paquito could have been a ban for Cambodia. And as for the Philippines' final ban here, it seems to be pause for heroes. I'm not surprised if they'll take out perhaps the Sicilian as well. In this case, seems to be a popular choice. But oh, yes, also the glue, which has been dominating in the lanes. We've seen it earlier on how Cambodia was able to utilize this to its fullest potential, as well as Myanmar. But now Cambodia has the first pick. They can perhaps go for the Paquito. You can steal away the Paquito from the Philippines. And I'm right. Once again, England, it's going to be the Paquito priority pick for Cambodia. And now Philippines, they can answer it out with perhaps, knowing the Philippines, we could go with usually it's a Matilda, then you pair it up with an Esmeralda. But you need someone to engage as well with this type of composition. Perhaps Cambodia will go for the dives again. So I like how the Philippines is hovering over this Cho, which is kind of a popular pick right now as the pos 5 hero. So I feel like Philippines, they're taking their sweet time since the Paquito is now out. The Cho could actually go well with maybe the Sicilian. I'm thinking along the lines of an Esmeralda as well. I mentioned it earlier. Okay, they switched it up a little bit. So it's going to be the Sicilian and the Esmeralda for the Philippines.
Now, still no respect ban for that Johnson. So we will see another Johnson and Lunox combination. And as I recall, in the previous match against Laos, Cambodia was actually, the Phobius was indeed instrumental also in that matchup. So I do believe we will be seeing another Phobius maybe in the next match, maybe in this match. But that Johnson and Lunox combination will surely take us out of our seats for another exciting match between the Philippines and Cambodia.
Yeah, the surprise factor, right? Especially since you have heroes like the Esmeralda and the Sicilian. It's great that Cambodia secured in not just the Johnson, but also the Lunox to counter out this Esmeralda. So now the biggest question is, it's going to be difficult to pull... Oh, okay, I was going to say Barretts, but it's going to be really difficult to pull off this Barretts, especially since you're going up against a Lunox. So that is two heroes that are countered out by the Lunox, but I feel like the Philippines, they have another plan for this. They are prepared for this, and they always seem to go for the Barretts jungle to go up against the Paquito. It has been a pattern. Philippines now taking out the Wanwan. I believe it's also Toshi's signature pick, so the Wanwan taken out, the Rafaela as well for the side of Cambodia, perhaps preempting that maybe Dogman can take the Rafaela because it's a known combo, the Barretts and the Rafaela. So if you have a combo like that, the Barretts, Rafaela, it just means that you're ready to keep pushing, you're ready to go on the full aggression. So now, final bans for these two teams. You already have the junglers here for both sides. I am really guessing this is going to be a Paquito jungle for the side of Cambodia. They still don't have gold laners. Both these teams don't have gold laners. Clint is up. Beatrix is still up, as well as the Brody. So now will the Philippines still limit out the gold laners here for the side of Cambodia, because they already took out the Wanwan. I'm not surprised if they'll take out another gold laner here. Perhaps one of the choices I mentioned is gonna be the Claude as well. I completely forgot. Yes, I was expecting the Philippines to actually take the Claude. It's Toshi's pick as well, comfort pick for him. But the Claude actually will give a hard time to the Barretts here for the side of the Philippines, considering that Cambodia already has enough dives here, the Paquito, the Lunox, and if you add the Claude to the equation, it's going to be very difficult here for the Philippines to actually move around the map.
I do agree, and still a lot of gold laners up for grabs right now, but we still haven't confirmed if this Lunox will indeed be a gold laner or a mid laner, as last time their Lunox was actually used as a gold laner.
Yep. Now we see that Cambodia banned out the mostly pos 5 heroes, kind of targeting Dogmen here. So the Clint, yes, I mentioned that was still available. Philippines taking this Clint, so I feel like Cambodia can answer it out with the Beatrix or maybe the Popol Koopa actually, which is, by the way, still open. A great answer as well to the Esmeralda. So Cambodia has all these picks that are just answering out to the composition that the Philippines has. I feel like either Brody or Popol and Koopa would be great up against a Clint, but when it comes to the poking, when it comes to countering out the heroes of the Philippines, I feel like the Popol and Koopa would be great for Cambodia's lineup. But it depends on Cambodia what they want to go for.
Uranus will be selected by Cambodia to face off against that Esmeralda. Now, I do agree that the Clint has good poking capabilities, but the range of this Brody will sure be a problem with this Clint later on in the gold lane, as the Estes will be selected as the pos 5 for the Philippines. We will be seeing the famous Ube strategy and the famous hero of the Philippines, the one and only Estes, here in Game 1 between Cambodia versus the Philippines.
Yeah, the sustain is already here from Docman's Estes. Cambodia completely forgot that. It seems like it's Docman who's the target of Cambodia this time, already taking out 3 of his heroes. But let's see how this will pan out. There's a lot of counters here for the Barretts as well as the Esmeralda. So I'm looking forward to see how Cambodia will actually pull in this dive setup, considering now they do have the Brody when it comes to the range. So if you take a look at the composition here of Cambodia, they have a lot of their comfort picks, the Lunox, the Johnson, as well as the Uranus. These are the top picks for Cambodia. They have been picking these heroes for all of their games today, actually. And as for the Philippines, we see something new. We're actually seeing a Sicilian for the very first time in the composition of the Philippines, considering the fact that yesterday they actually limited out a lot of the pos for heroes, forcing the Philippines to bring something different out, which had a fantastic run, by the way, the Veil yesterday of Rage. Superior positioning, by the way, from this man. So I'm going to be looking forward to see a lot of kiting as well from the Philippines. We're not a country that is new to Mobile Legends. We've been playing this game for the longest time, and I would say the strongest as well. When it comes to Mobile Legends, we're quite active when it comes to playing. So right now, if you take a look at the
reigning
lanes,
M3 champions.
yeah, reigning M3 champions. But for the Razer C Invitational, we're kind of giving you guys a glimpse of what could possibly happen in the C games, which will be happening this year, by the way. So, going back to what I mentioned, Ingen, let's take a look at the gold lane, the Clint and the Brody. A lot of pokes. The bot side, this is a matchup we've seen for the longest time, the Esmeralda and the Uranus. So I feel like it's quite an even ball game when it comes to the side lanes, but I'm quite interested to see how this Estes will pan out for the Philippines. We're known for using the Estes. Blacklist International is made this quite popular. So right now, Philippines, with the sustain, they also have the heavy frontliners. So when it comes to clashes, I feel like they will be able to sustain the damage output coming in from Cambodia, especially since this Johnson Lunox is known to wreak havoc.
And I do believe that Cambodia will try to apply the same strategy as they try to initiate a lot of engagements with that Lunox and Johnson combination. But the problem here is that Estes,
Daytona's welcome.
welcome on that Johnson. Johnson will fall down in the hands of that Clint. And I was mentioning a while ago that it's hard to initiate those types of engagements that Cambodia is used to when you're dealing with a lot of sustainable heroes such as Esmeralda and, of course, this Estes.
Yeah, but I just noticed the emblem here of Toshi is actually the high and dry, which means he really wants to go in for the pokes in this lane. He wants to win the trade-off up against Fury. But now it seems like Cambodia has a different idea. They want to actually try and gank Toshi here on the top side, whereas the Philippines already got the first turtle of the game. Let's take a look at the items. Not so much yet, but that is enough for the Philippines to take in the turtle. A lot of resources already for them. A lot of ultimates burned as well here for both sides, as no casualties will be committed for both sides, both Cambodia and the Philippines.
Cambodia trying to get that tower dive in the top lane, but sustain. And of course, Clint will bring down this Johnson. Johnson trying to linger too much on the top lane, as this Clint along with this Estes will bring him down in the process.
Yeah, full throttle from the Johnson. D7 still hasn't had that level 4 power spike, so no driving yet. As of this moment, it's still the 3-minute mark. It's still too early, but later on, you'll be seeing more of D7 and CCAT. But right now, it's the Philippines leading with the kill score. Toshi also winning the lane. That's a lot of gold plating for Toshi here on the top side, which kind of explains why he got that emblem in the first place. But once again, ultimate being popped up here by Rage. Superior positioning, but Choco getting caught in the midst of it all. Dogman does pop up that ultimate as well as a surprise attack from the backside from C7. And Dogman, unfortunately enough, the sustain here from Dogman is still not enough. The surprise plays from Cambodia that we saw earlier on, once again, we're seeing it right now.
And yes, I do believe that's what Cambodia has been waiting for. That combination of Johnson and Lunox going right after that backline. A surprise attack on the team of the Philippines and now dealing a lot of damage in the process. Tying the score up 3-3 with a similar goal for both of the teams.
Yep. It was actually Sion who did the wombo combo of the Paquito, and at the same time, I think the Philippines did not expect the full throttle to land on them on the top side. But once again, speaking of the full throttle, here comes D7. I'm not so sure if... Oh yes, he does have CCAT on the right, so it's a matter of time that D7 will land on someone. Will it be Dogman here? But it's just he's just playing around here with the Philippines. Okay, he's waiting for the proper moment to land onto someone. Will it be Kirk actually on the bot side, or will it be the Turtle Pit who's the target here of D7 and CCAT?
As the fight continues here in the turtle lane, D7 again about to approach the Philippines but decides not to engage as the Philippines will take down this turtle.
Yep, they get the turtle in right now. The sustain is here from Dogman to actually sustain in all the damage output that CCAT is having. They can do the dice here as well, but here comes the Order of Brilliance. Here comes D7 with the full throttle, but here comes the sustain as well from Dogman, and now it's forcing Cambodia to back away from the clash, and that is what the Philippines want. Yes, you land onto us, but we have Dogman to sustain all the damage output coming in from D7 and CCAT.
This is what we were talking about earlier in the game, that Cambodia's strategy is a lot of initiations, a lot of engagement as we pause the game. And as I mentioned, Cambodia's strategy is really initiating a lot of fights, using that Johnson ult along with that Lunox. But the sustain of this Estes was pretty much too much to handle for the side of Cambodia. So I think Cambodia really has to regroup and rethink every time they force an initiation, they force an engagement. They have to take out, they have to force, they have to pick their targets, starting with that Estes, and they still have to deal with a lot of players alongside that Sicilian, that Esmeralda, a lot. So they have to really strategize when to engage, who to target, and of course, when to back out.
You know, I think the strategy here from the Philippines is just to, you know what, let's see Cat and let D7 pop up those ultimates. I think that's the thing that the Philippines wants to have, is to let Cambodia pop in all those ultimates, and right after they pop in all those ultimates, it's the time that Dogman will pop up that holy healing from the Estes just to sustain the damage. And right after that's the biggest question for Cambodia. Right after you pop up those ultimates, what's next for you, right? Like, let's say CCAT does pop up that ultimate, what's next after that? Not unless you have Fury on the backside dishing damage, but right after the ultimate of the Estes, it's just sustain for the Philippines. So I think the Philippines, they are well aware of this Johnson Lunox combo, but at the same time, they know how to deal with it. This is the reason why they kept that Johnson open, they kept that Lunox open. It has done very well in the previous games for today, but let's see how it will pan out. So far, they are kind of answering out to what each other is putting, like both Cambodia, the aggression that they're showing, the Philippines is just sustaining the damage. So right now, the biggest question is the execution. The Philippines is very objective centered as well. They already took the top side tower, so it's a matter of time that Cambodia really has to equal out to the tower takes that the Philippines is taking here.
I do agree that the Philippines has indeed prepared for that Lunox and Johnson, but as the schedule dictates, the Philippines always having the third series each day. So pretty much a lot of it's pretty much to their advantage that they could actually watch the different games, and of course prepare for this Johnson and Lunox combination that other teams can't seem to figure out how to stop. But fortunately, the Philippines, with that Estes, with that sustain, are able to take damage and actually force back the engaging Cambodia back.
Right. If you guys just tuned in to the live stream, of course, we welcome you. Good evening to everyone. It is actually 7:30 in the Philippines. And speaking of evening, we're hoping to actually close it, or the Philippines and Cambodia actually hoping to close this out with a win for this day number 2 for their match number 3. So let's see how this will pan out. Speaking of tower takes, Philippines, they are trying to take in the towers. Speaking of towers, it is going to be Kirk actually taking down the tower on the top side. So good call for the Philippines. Now they have to equalize with the tower takes here of Cambodia.
Paquito going right after that Esmeralda, as Esmeralda uses that falling star moon to fall back, but Paquito and Uranus continues to chase after that Esmeralda, as Paquito will bring down that Esmeralda. But although Esmeralda did went down, he was actually able to take down the tier 1 tower uh, uh, in exchange for that tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yes, they have to further push forward now. Toshi looking to push this bot side as well. 2 towers down for Cambodia. So if the Philippines does get this, yes, they do. It is going to be equalizing the tower takes here from Cambodia. 2-4-2. It's still the 6-minute mark. Quite a fast game when it comes to objectives. These two teams, they know that very well. Choco, Dogman, and Rage already rotating here to the Turtle Pit. But let's not forget that D7 is already rotating once again in the map. He could possibly land on Kirk here on the top side. And yes, speaking of Kirk, he does get taken down there by D7 with the full throttle. But in exchange, Philippines, they do get that turtle. But now, if you take a look at the map control, it seems to be Cambodia is getting the map control here. The Philippines, it's a given fact that if you have an Estes, you're going to be sticking together. The Cambodia knows that very well. They seem to be doing split pushes right now.
Paquito going right after that Estes, as Estes goes down in the hands of that Paquito. Good rotation on the side of the Cambodia as they try to refocus their attack now on this Barretts. Barretts will continue to back off, but Johnson says no. But Esmeralda says no in Sicilian as that rolling star moon connects, as well as that skills coming from that Sicilian. Glenn continuing to chase after Fury. Fury will be forced to back down, as what an amazing counter set both from Cambodia and the Philippines, as Esmeralda still continues to go right after that Uranus. Uranus will be caught by that Sicilian as Esmeralda will try to burst down that Uranus. Uranus is still alive. Uranus will live, will survive that onslaught coming from that Esmeralda, and of course that Sicilian as they take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. But Johnson says no again. Johnson going right after that Sicilian, not stopping, going right after that SS. SS nowhere to go. Barretts trying to help his teammates, but will be forced to disengage as counter set after counter set after counter set in a heated match against Cambodia and the Philippines. BK, what are your thoughts?
The Philippines still leading with the 1K gold lead up against Cambodia. As for tower takes, it's still the Philippines leading. But the way this is going is, did you see that all the ultimates were burned there to take down Choco? I'm so sorry, Choco, but it seems to be like you are the sacrificial lamb. I mean, considering it's a Barretts, you need to sustain the damage. The main frontliners here for the Philippines is actually Kirk and Choco, considering how tanky they are. And right after that, you have the sustain of Dogman. That was what they wanted for Cambodia to pop in all those ultimates, and Rage to actually get the superior positioning just to kite the members here from the side of Cambodia. But the biggest threat here for the Philippines is D7 and CCAT. But right now, D7, it's more of a rattling in the Philippines, right? You don't know where he's coming from, and right now it seems to be Kirk is the target of D7. He does land on Kirk, but the sustain is here. He is all alone, being bursted down here by Sion, as the Philippines answers it out with taking the first Lord of this game.
Actually, both teams performing well. Yes, the Philippines got the Lord, but Cambodia got that Esmeralda. Both teams utilizing all the resources, utilizing all the time, making sure that some things are happening for their respective teams. Now, although the Philippines got this Lord, they have to watch out for D7 and that Lunox combination, because it always just seems to catch them off guard in the nick of time as Barretts continues to zone out the Lunox. All 4 players from the Philippines going with the Lord now, actually trying to burst this Uranus down as they approach D7 from the backline, but nothing. He won't hit anything. Uranus will be forced to back out as he couldn't withstand the damage. The Lord will go down. as the Philippines are trying to burst down this tier 1 tower in the middle lane, but Paquito focusing his attack on that tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Good segue on the side of this Paquito, and good defense on the side of Cambodia.
You know what? If you take a look at the items, you're kind of wondering if Choco is actually the jungler. He's a very tanky jungler, already securing in the Guardian's Helmet as well as the Radiant Armor. And if you are Choco, you kind of want to rotate here with the damage dealers, Stockman, Rage, and Toshi. If you take a look at how the Philippines is rotating, it's just Kirk actually doing the split pushes. And as for Cambodia, it is Sion, because D7 and CCAT here, the surprise plays that they're doing, it's just so on point. Actually, even if CCAT is not with D7, there's still a surprise factor here for the Philippines. So that's something that they're watching out for. Therefore, the Philippines is rotating by force. So if you see, it's just Kirk rotating on the top side, clearing out the waves. As for Choco, Rage, and Toshi, they have to stick together because at any given moment, D7 could just land on any of these heroes. These are quite squishy targets, but mind you, they are glass cannon heroes. They dish out so much damage here towards the members of Cambodia.
Actually, I do agree that Barrett has to indeed stay with his damage dealers as he is focusing on the sustain items right now, despite having an Estes. Really respecting that surprise plays by Cambodia, needs to be able to sustain those surprise plays and be able to force a counter attack after that Estes ult will be popped. So he really has to stay beside the Splint and the Sicilian. As we see, they're trying to steal the purple buff from that Paquito. Will Cambodia engage? No, they will not, as they lack members here in the purple buff, as Uranus will also try to push that bot lane in preparation for that Lord take. 10 seconds coming in, but Philippines are not stopping as they try to take down Paquito. Estes with that final kill. They will also take down this tower. Lunox trying to go in from the front line, and Barretts will continue his attacks on that Brody, and of course that Lunox will be sent back. Lunox will be finished by that Sicilian. Good counter set on the side of the Philippines as they take the objective. They also take down this Paquito and of course that Lunox. But Uranus on the other hand, good segue, good anticipation on that play, focusing right now on pushing the lane, focusing right now on trying to get an objective as the Philippines will try to get this Lord. Will we see another D7 combination as they take down this Lord?
Yep, Philippines quickly does take down the Lord, but I have to commend Kirk there on that clash. Did you see how he was able to block off D7 and CCAT? With that positioning, like Kirk was able to zone them away. He actually took in the damage there from D7's full throttle. And right after that, it was just Rage and Toshi dishing out damage towards Cambodia. And right now, Philippines, they know how to deal with this very well. But the major problem here for the Philippines is how to deal with the split pushes coming in from Cambodia. Given the fact that these are heroes like the Uranus and even Sion here can actually do split pushes. So it's great that Kirk can actually sustain on his own. Now the Philippines has the very first Luminous Lord here, so D7 can perhaps go for the surprise.
D7 coming from the back stuns Barrett along with the rest of the Philippines as they try to take down this tier 1 tower. Lord still up alive. That Uranus couldn't withstand the damage coming from the Philippines as they bring down this tier 1 tower in the top lane. As you can see, Johnson in the map coming from behind.
D7.
His ult connect. D7 will not try to engage as Cambodia will. Brody will go down in hands of that Flint as they try to go for this GG push. Paquito will try to clear out the way. Falling Star Moon will connect on that Uranus. D7 hits Sicilian with the counter set. Everyone from Cambodia will go down. Uranus trying to delay this push, but Uranus will be forced to back up as Paquito and the rest of Cambodia will try to defend the minion wave in the mid lane. Falling Star Moon again on that Lunox. Lunox will be forced to back out. Nice knockup on Paquito. Paquito trying his best, but the sustain coming from that SS is just too much to handle. Lunox popping this ult right on time, but they forgot about the base. Clint was actually forcing his attack on that base, forcing that GG push to secure game 1 for the Philippines against Cambodia. What an amazing game, BK.
Yeah, you mentioned Toshi, right? You mentioned the Clint. Toshi was actually in a very good position there. Toshi and Rage, I have to commend their positioning, and not to mention Kirk as well for taking in all the damage. Actually, Kirk and Choco taking in all the damage here from D7 and CCAT. And therefore, with the superior positioning here from the damage dealers of the Philippines, it was just Cambodia couldn't dish out the damage that they wanted to. And if you take a look at the stats here, it was just Toshi. Toshi dishing out the damage on the tower. 70% of the turret damage is coming in from Toshi. And if you take a look at the team fight participation, mostly it's Toshi, Rage, Dogman, and Choco rotating together. Therefore, 100% or at least 80% coming in from these four. And as for Kirk, I have to commend his split pushes as well as him sustaining the lanes here for the Philippines to actually buy time for them to scale up. But that's about it. This time D7 and CCAT was quite contained in this game. Yes, they did have some kills, but unfortunately enough, the Philippines was very much prepared for the long drives that Johnson wanted to have. A different result for Cambodia this time, but we still have one more game right after this. But for now, Ingan will be passing it back to Aya. Aya, take it away.
Philippines is still on a roll here as they haven't lost one single game yet. But of course, Cambodia still standing strong with those scores with the earlier wins we had today and also from day one. Will the Philippines continue the story until game 2, or will Cambodia will have their own plot twist? I love how the casters always give us that energy, you know, hands down, hats off to BK and Inga Nation for making everything so colorful and vibrant, and there's so much energy that, you know, commend to all the casters in the world how they make the games and tournaments more lively, and that we can just appreciate it and immerse ourselves more and more into it. And speaking of immersion, what better way to just get more of that energy but with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself and just sulk and simmer yourself to the best esports experience that we all deserve. Whether it be you're just watching in the comfort of your home, or you're one of those kick-ass esports players just being part of the game itself. So we are going to wrap up the games for day 2 soon after game 2. But before anything else, we're gonna go on a short break before the final game for today. So as we prepare, take some freshen up, go to the bathroom, have a break for the meantime, and we'll see you back again. Exciting times are here because we have reached the last day of the last matches of Razer C Invitational 2022. Let's see what will happen in today's matches. Will Philippines continue and win with a clean sweep, or will Cambodia this time have that what I've been telling you guys, the plot twist, a change of tides? Maybe we can see a different ending tonight. We'll never know. So, no longer gonna hold you guys back, and I'm now going to pass you on to our amazing casters for today and every day of the week, Burger Kim and Ingan Nation. Let's do it!
Thank you, Aya, for that wonderful introduction once again. Actually, giving me and BK quite an energy boost from that tiring and exhausting matchup between Cambodia and the Philippines. Now, we will see how Cambodia will adjust in game two. If they will still go with that Johnson and Lunox combination, or will they actually switch things up to maybe unleash a strategy that the Philippines has never seen before? Your thoughts, PK?
Yeah, they had a composition. I believe it was yesterday, wherein they went for the full dive. Like it was up against Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. So they were really able to take control. They were really able to do the pickoffs that they wanted. So I'm seeing like perhaps maybe Cambodia can go for that, like the full dive setup. And as for the Philippines, I feel like we're the type of team that we can totally adjust to whatever Cambodia will bring out for this second time around. So this is game number 2, by the way, for those of you guys who just tuned in. Thank you so much for joining us once again today in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. My name is Burger Kim, and joined by me today is actually Ingan, and we'll be bringing you the action in the Land of Dawn in just a little bit. This is the last match, by the way, between Cambodia and the Philippines for the second time around. And if you missed out on game number 1, it was actually the Philippines seizing the deal, or seizing that game with not a very one-sided match, but I would say it was still the Philippines with a very well calculated, or I should say they know how to deal with their opponents very well.
It was indeed not a one-sided match, as both teams continue to counter set plays after plays. What an amazing game. That game was actually the most exciting game that I've experienced, that I've casted so far alongside UBK. But that Johnson and that Lunox combination, even though they lost, I have to commend their efforts, their initiation. Although they had a hard time bursting out enemies because of that Estes and because of that Barrett's actually getting sustaining items compared to damage items, that initiation still was on point. But sadly, they couldn't push through. They couldn't follow through with the damage because of the one and the only Estes.
Yep. And that's really what they needed. And I was actually glad that we were able to secure in that Estes, because Cambodia was already taking out a lot of heroes from Dogmen. So that was I believe it was the Matilda, the Lolita, as well as the Rafaela. So that's a lot of heroes that were denied from Dogmen. So I'm actually glad that they were able to pull it off. I feel like it was just a matter of communications. I believe Aya mentioned this earlier. And if you want to boost up your communication, you you can actually check out what we're using, which is actually the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. And if you want to check out more stuff from Razer, you can actually check out their website. That's razer.com for more information on how to purchase these lovely babies that we're using. Top-notch quality, by the way, because Razer is for gamers and by gamers. So I'm really looking forward to this very last match, Ingan.
Lovely babies is an understatement. As you can see, we've been wearing these Black Shark Pro V2 for quite a while now, but somehow my ears still feel comfortable because of the amazing quality and the amazing sound quality of the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. So guys, if you want the best equipment, if you want to up your game, and if you want to further your skills in Mobile Legends, you better have the best equipment. So why not start with the amazing Black Shark V2 Pro?
Mm-hmm. As we are heading on to our game number 2, actually, for the Philippines and Cambodia. I'm looking forward to see something new from Cambodia this time. I mean, they've been bringing out this Johnson for the longest time, so maybe a Selena perhaps for Cambodia, or maybe they go in for the full dives. I don't know. I mean, what else can we see from Cambodia? That's something I really want to see for this game number two. How about you, Engan?
But I do agree with what you're saying right now. Cambodia is still looking to go for that full dive strategy. As for the previous games, they really try to take engagements and initiations on their side, to trying to even tower dive. As I recall in the last match, in the previous series, that Lunox with the first blood actually tower diving by himself and getting that first blood kill. So we all know that Cambodia is a very strong-willed team. They will still try to initiate, try to engage despite the gold deficit, despite the kill deficit. They will do their best to engage because they're a strong minded and strong willed team. But against the Philippines, maybe you have to maybe take a step back off the gas from Johnson, and maybe try to rethink, try to re-strategize. What can we do to infiltrate the Philippine team, to, I want to say, break the code, but that's not that's not the whole
Well,
representation of the Philippines.
yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, still the Philippines. They did represent the Philippines in the world stage, but for the Razer Invitational, it is going to be, of course, one of our top-notch teams as well here in the country. But taking a look back at what happened yesterday, as we are waiting for the players to get ready, for the players to actually start drafting already. I want to note the surprise picks we've actually seen from day one and day two. So we've seen a Johnson. We've also seen if I'm not mistaken, a Kufra for the very first time yesterday. These were the picks that we don't really see as much in the current meta, but it's actually working very well here in the Invitational. How about you, Ingrid? Any notable heroes that you haven't seen in the meta, but you can kind of commend it with their performance here in the Invitational?
I'm not sure if it's not included in the meta, but one hero that sparks interest in me, like put as I fondly remember, not fondly remember, like I really remembered from the previous match, especially yesterday, was that Veil from the Philippines. The Veil was able to turn things around by himself, initiating clashes by himself, setting a lot of beautiful sets for the side of the Philippines. So I'd like to see another Veil pick for the Philippines, but we'll see how this goes as we enter the picking phase soon.
Yeah, I think the veil was just a last resort for the Philippines. There was a lot of pause for heroes taken out for us in the games yesterday, as well as today. The Lilia, the Valentina, Selena, those were the heroes that were taken out, forcing us to actually bring out the veil, or forcing the Philippines actually to bring out the veil. But it worked very well yesterday. And knowing Rage, he has been kiting so well. Like his positioning is superior. So you don't really have to worry about what hero he has. It's a matter of his positioning that you have to worry about. And so far, it has been quite impeccable for the Philippines. So on point so far for Rage, Dockman, and the rest of Team Philippines.
I actually agree with that take on Raid's positioning, as I don't even see him in the map, but somehow his skills do connect, catching two or three members on the side of Cambodia, as the Philippines now in the blue side will have the advantage of the first pick. So we'll see, will they try to go for the Paquito core this time, or will Cambodia ban the Paquito core?
It's high likely that the Philippines might go for the Paquito, especially since they will have the priority first pick here in this game number two. Not unless Cambodia does ban it out on the first stages, but Cambodia, knowing their ban patterns, maybe the Lancelot, it seems to be a hero that they don't want to deal with. Not unless they bring out the Phobius, which we've seen earlier on, by the way. Eve, the first ban here for the Philippines. Guessing Cambodia can answer it out with the Valentina. It has been a staple. Valentina, Selena, yeah, Valentina and Eve for the first bans here for both of these teams. Second bans here for both of these teams. I'm thinking something along the lines of perhaps the Lilia, Selena, Matilda actually could be taken out, or maybe who knows, the Lancelot as well. Lancelot, Hayabusa, these seem to be popular bands for Cambodia. So let's see what the Philippines will prioritize this time. I'm guessing Selena. I mean, that's something you don't want to open. Or maybe perhaps they want to take the Johnson out this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cambodia, like Laos, really focusing on banning those assassins, opening up a lot of mid laners along with the gold laners. So now, as the Philippines will ban That's Selena. Who will
Yeah.
Cambodia ban next?
Yep, the Selena, the Eve. I'm guessing for the last band here of the Philippines, maybe perhaps the Johnson. But I mean, considering how they performed in the last match, I feel like the Philippines knows how to deal with this Johnson. So just in case it's opened up again, I feel like Cambodia will seize the opportunity to do so. Maybe Cambodia perhaps taking out the Paquito here, which seems to be also a prior pick here, since the Philippines is known to take the Paquito in the first pick, or maybe even the
Mm-hmm.
Matilda here. For the Philippines, they have all the options here since they have the priority of being the first pick here. So Matilda, Paquito would be a good pick here for the Philippines. I'm thinking, yeah,
Your
Matilda
team
is
is
already out.
banning.
Tilda
I
is
did mention
banned.
that. Yeah, the Philippines can take the Matilda as their first choice.
You know, I'm still wondering if the players can really hear you because every time, every single time you single out a hero, you tell them it's a good pick, you tell them it's a good ban. Somehow they pick it or they ban it. BK,
Well,
are you a coach?
well, if this was actually the case, if the Philippines is listening right now, well then thank you so much for appreciating my analysis. But that's just how I kind of see the overall game between these two teams. I could actually be a coach. Who knows? Matilda for the
Yes.
second band here of Cambodia, and as for the Philippines, I'm guessing Kagura,
Where
Johnson,
is my
Natalia
team
actually for
Oh,
the
is
first
banning.
time.
Natalia.
Okay, maybe the Philippines will go for those heavy type those burst damage
Mm.
heroes like Sicilian, something along the lines of yeah, glass cannon heroes. I feel like the Philippines would go for that since they banned out the Natalia, which by the way has been buffed up really so much in this recent patch. So now Cambodia for their final ban. Paquito, I'm thinking, because Philippines has the first pick here, and they will take it if you don't ban it out.
But even though even if Cambodia doesn't seem to ban this Paquito, Barrett seems to pretty much work for them as well, as they
Your
still ban
team
the
is
Lancelot.
picking.
Yeah,
Aside
I mentioned
from
it
that
earlier.
Paquito, focusing on that, Cambodia really focusing on those assassin heroes, as
Your
the
team
Philippines
is
will pick
picking.
up this clue. Will Cambodia counter with a Paquito pick?
Yeah, I feel like it's a high chance that the Paquito here will be prioritized by Cambodia. Something along the lines of Paquito and maybe an Esmeralda. Cecilia would be good actually, since to be seems to be a prio pick as well for rank games in the higher tier. If you take a look at the stats in the Mobile Legends website, Cecilion is one of the top pick heroes right now, especially since he has been buffed up to what he was before. He has received a couple of nerfs, but right now he has returned to his original form, so he can stack up faster right now, which goes to explain why Cecilian has been a
There's
priority pick
nowhere
here
for the
for
evil
both
to
of these
hide. Your
teams.
team
A
is
lot of
picking.
sustain, a lot of burst here for Cambodia. They didn't take the Paquito, so it is quite understandable that the Philippines will be taking this for themselves. But right now, what will go head to head with the Sicilian? I feel like a Lilia would be good here for the side of the Philippines. Paquito, Lilia would be good here. But knowing how to deal with the Sicilian is the biggest problem here for the Philippines. Hayabusa would be great actually, but the Philippines will go for the standard comfort pick, which is going to be the Paquito. Lilia to go up against the Sicilian, but we've seen this yesterday. Rage on this veil would be good, especially since the Sicilian is
Team
quite
is
squishy. You
picking.
can put it in a very tight spot and just burst it with one combo.
As I mentioned a while ago, I really wanted to see this veil in action right now, especially in the hands of the Philippines. So we will be expecting a lot of team clashes once again in this game two between the Philippines and Cambodia. I'm actually surprised that Cambodia didn't go for that Paquito pick, despite Paquito doing wonders for all of our teams here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia, as they will try to go, I guess, for that Uranus, then will eventually ban out that Esmeralda in the next banning phase.
Yeah, I feel like the composition that Cambodia has right now is you have someone to tank the front lines. Yes, since given the fact that the Philippines already has two tanky heroes, the Glue as well
Your
as
team is
sorry,
banning.
the Paquito rather here to dish out the damage, and at the same time they have like a squishy composition here, the Rafaela and the Sicilian. But mind you, it's a Uranus. who's gonna frontline here for Cambodia. I'm not surprised if they'll take someone like the Edith would be good as well for their composition here. And who knows? It might be a Uranus jungle. I've seen this before. They have the sustain, so it's possible as well to have a Uranus jungle. But for the final bans here for Cambodia, they have jungler already for the side of the Philippines. They can. I feel like Philippines can take the Lunox, but that's going to be a lot of magic damage actually coming in from their side. But Cambodia, I feel like they're going to take out the heroes here of Toshi. Toshi or Dogman heroes is the target here for Cambodia. They did
They take down
take
the
out a
Edith.
lot of
Yeah.
gold. Yeah, Edith. I mentioned this. It would be really good for the composition of the Philippines, and it hasn't been utilized so far here in the Invitational. So I'm quite surprised that Edith has a very low pick rate here. I mean, it has been used once, 100% win rate, by the way, and first time it's being banned. Yeah, I understand why Cambodia does take this out. Just, I mean, in case they have this Edith as the roamer, it is really going to be hard for Cambodia to burst them down, especially since their only burst hero here is the Sicilian. So not so much of the
Yeah, I
burst damage.
agree.
We still don't know who their gold laner is. We still don't know who their jungler is. So Philippines right now, they can choose to take out the possible jungler heroes of Cambodia, or maybe even limit out the gold laner
The
heroes
gold
here for the
laners, yeah.
side.
I think the
Yeah,
gold laners would be a good strategy as
Your
they take
team
down
is
this 1-1,
ready.
I
the
guess.
1-1.
There are still a lot of gold laners here in Brody. There's still Clint. There's still the Beatrix.
Popple and
A lot, a
Koopa.
lot, a lot. Yeah, Popple and Koopa also. A lot of gold laners still here for up for grabs for both the Philippines and Cambodia.
I feel like Cambodia, their composition, sorry, the Philippines rather, Apopol and Koopa would be very good with their compositions, especially since they need to control this Uranus. It has the vision as well, it has the poke. So Apopol and Koopa would be
Your
great,
team
but
is
Cambodia
banning.
also knows the capabilities of Toshi using this Claude to burst them down. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a great last ban here for Cambodia, taking out the Claude here for the side of the Philippines. Now, viable options for the gold lane, not unless they want to go for that Lunox gold lane, okay? But I feel like the Philippines, they will be utilizing the marksman meta. So, Claude is out, Wanwan is out. Only viable options here for the gold lane, the Popple and Koopa. The Popple and Koopa, the Clint, as well as the Beatrix, still open here for the Philippines. Final ban here, for the side of the Philippines, maybe I'm thinking Yuzong, Esmeralda could be a viable pick here as well for the side of Cambodia. What's it gonna be? Is it the gold lane or the EXP lane or maybe the jungler here for Cambodia that they should take out? Final few seconds before they
Your team
actually
is picking.
take out the Barretts for the side of Cambodia. It's a great ban actually. It's great to deal with this Paquito. Great to actually isolate the heroes here from the Philippines. So I completely agree with this Barrett's pick, which I completely forgot about. Now, final picks here for these two teams, Ingen.
Hayabusa still up for grabs for the main jungler of Cambodia, but I believe they will take this Popol and Koopa.
Popol
As you
and Koopa.
mentioned, a Popol and Koopa would be beneficial actually for both of the teams. So we will see another Popol and Koopa in action in today's game.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that no one
Your
banned it
team
out. I
is
said it
picking.
would have been good for both of these teams to actually secure the Popple and Koopa, the pokes, the vision it has. There's a lot of vision, a lot of setups, a lot of traps here from the side of Cambodia. You have Rafaela's first skill that can actually reveal using the bush. So not so much of a bush gaming here, especially since Rage needs to have that proper positioning in each clash. But the Philippines also answers it out with the possible setups. There's a lot of setups as well here from the Philippines. If Dogman does secure in this Jawhead for their final pick, a lot of initiations from the Philippines. If this is the last choice, or if this is their pause 5.
This Jawhead would be a good pick for the side of the Philippines as it can easily take down this Sicilian along with this Rafaela as well. But no, not so much AoE damage on the side of the Philippines. Maybe not being able to utilize that Veil too much with the Veil sets, getting that single targeted Clint. But I do believe Cambodia will be taking this Bane. This is the first time we'll actually see Bane, I believe, in the series or in this tournament. Or have we seen a Bane used the Razer Invitational?
I don't think we've
Hayabusa!
seen a Bane. Yeah, we've never seen a Bane yet in this entire Invitational so far. It's just day 2, by the way. Hayabusa to go up against the Philippines' Paquito. It would be great to burst down the heroes here like Toshi and Rage. But at the same time, you also have tanky heroes here from the Philippines. So it's a matter of time that they can just tank in all the damage, or they just group up together just to sustain all the damage out from the Hayabusa. So I think the Bane would have been great. The Roger is also good for Cambodia. That can definitely dive um, towards the heroes here from the Philippines. So it's going to be, once again, the Paquito and the Roger going head to head in the jungle.
An all-out brawl awaits as both the Philippines and Cambodia pretty much have fighters as their jungler. Paquito going up against that Roger. And as you know, even though a previous match ago with that Roger jungler, although they lost, Roger was really a vital piece in the team's clashes as he was able to burst out a lot of heroes on the opposing side. So I do believe this match will be heated once again. One of the top two teams in Southeast Asia, Philippines and Cambodia, will soon be entering the Land of the Dawn. Good matchup for the final match for today's event.
I'm just worried here about the scaling from the side of Cambodia. Actually, they have the Sicilian, and if you take a look at the matchup, yes, the Veil can actually do like those one trick pony, those push gamings, those surprise attacks. But I mean, in terms of scaling, I have to give it to Cambodia here. But when it comes to the initiation, it's definitely the Philippines. So I can say that the Philippines will have a very aggressive start here. They have the glue. They also have the Jawhead here under the hands of Dogman, by the way, that can disrupt the farm here of the Roger, especially since we know that the Roger needs some time to actually scale up to be able to get the items that he needs. So it's not an immediate power spike here for the side of Cambodia.
Cambodia is known for their aggression, known for their initiation, while the Philippines having a very aggressive lineup as well. So I believe this will really be an interesting match as both teams will try to pick off numerous kills, numerous heroes for their team as we enter now the Land of the Dawn. Technical pause is now over. Back to the laning phase. Philippines versus Cambodia in Game 2 of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
Yep, we've seen this glue in action earlier on, and I can say that the EXP lane it's definitely going to be the Philippines who is going to win this trade. And as for the gold lane, I'm kind of 50-50 about this. The Popol Kupa as well as the Clint, the pokes are there, but at the same time, it will really depend on the rotations here coming in from D7 as well as Dogman from the side of the Philippines. But once again, we head on to a technical pause as requested. So final game for today, final thoughts so far, Ingen. What are your what did you notice so far in day number 1 and day number 2 of the Invitational?
I noticed actually that every time the glue is picked, the glue always seems to dominate the XP lane no matter who you have against this glue. So I do expect that this glue will perform at its best against this Uranus, being able to take down this Uranus and also sustain the damage brought about by that Uranus. So I do believe this glue will win the initiation on the top lane. But on the bottom lane, Clint against that Popol and Kupa. Now, this one is interesting because I do believe that Popol will try to go right after that Clint as Roger is aggressive here in the bot lane. I do believe Cambodia will try to do everything they can to limit the scaling of this Clint, but as you can see, they are now going right after that Roger as first blood falls in the hands of the Philippines with that Jawhead. What an amazing set on the side of Jawhead as Popol still trying to go right after that Jawhead will survive Koopa. Not enough damage, not enough time to bring that Popol down as Paquito, as Choco will go down. I will bring that Uranus down in the top lane.
Yep, Philippines still winning this one. They also got the advantage of taking down Sion in the early stages of the game. But speaking of taking down, Fury is actually giving Toshi a very hard time here on the bot side, considering the fact that you also have D7 to back up Fury. So that's a lot of gold plating. That's a lot of pokes coming in from this Popol and Koopa. I mentioned that earlier that the Popol and Koopa would have been great for the side of the Philippines to actually poke, but you know what, Cambodia, they know that very well. They secured the Popol and Krupa ahead of the Philippines. And right now, the first turtle actually is up for the grabs here in the 2-minute mark. The Philippines, they need this. If you take a look at the emblems here from the side of Cambodia, you have the mystery shop for CCAT. You also have the avarice for both ATM and D7, which means that these heroes, they want to get their items as fast as possible so that they can be able to sustain and at the same time dish out the damage that they want to happen. But speaking of our goal, speaking of getting the EXP, the bot side is really having some hard time as ATM is forced to pop that ultimate up. But here comes Kirk as well with the split, is able to sustain the damage, attaching himself to ATM, takes him down in the process as the Philippines goes for the turtle. CCAT in a dangerous position there. Ejector
on that Jawhead, as Jawhead takes down Cecilia. And actually, that Uranus was so sustainable that he was able to withstand that ejector coming from that Jawhead and a split coming from that Blue. But eventually, Blue was able to pin down that Uranus, killing him in the process and securing that turtle buff on the side of the Philippines.
Yep, the Philippines, they have to take notice here of the bot's side. It's Fury actually having a very fun time here up against Toshi. And if you take a look at the gold lead here of Fury up against Toshi, that's a lot of gold lead. Perhaps almost 1,000 gold lead up against Toshi. So I feel like the Philippines, they really have to control the bot's side. They have to make Toshi win his lane. As you can see, Dogman is already positioning himself on the bot side for a potential gank here on D7 as well as Fury, because they don't have the gold plating already here. Toshi, yes, he can poke, but after that, what's next, right? They need to have some setup here. They need to take down Fury or perhaps even D7. As well as Kirk, he can totally sustain his lane on the top side. So Philippines, we can expect to see a lot more rotations coming in from Dogman, Choco, as well as Rage here on the bot side, as D7 knows that very well. So he has been checking all the bushes here for Fury.
Ejector on that Rafaela. Veil will stun that Rafaela as Rafaela goes down. Another pick off, successful pick off by Dogman on that Jawhead.
Yep, Fury already securing in the BOD as well this early on, 4-minute mark. And it just goes to show how much of gold he has accumulated so far. He hasn't been going back to the base. I think Sion knows this as well, so they know that they can totally gank Toshi here on the bot side, as Dogman is already preparing for the possible setups that's coming in here for the side of Cambodia. Toshi, not a good time here up against Fury. The pokes are real as the turtle once again is up for the grabs, but I feel like the Philippines, they have a better position here as Sion is still taking in the resources that he needs there. So it's going to be a free turtle here for the Philippines. At least it evens out the gold that Fury is actually getting this early on in the 5-minute mark.
Yes, indeed. The Philippines, another uncontested turtle as Fury continues to scale up against Toshi, and actually Glue is still winning the lane, but Uranus continues to cut the creeps in the top lane as Paquito will go right after that Roger. Ejector trying to eject that Rafaela, but will fall back as he no longer has Paquito or Clint by his side. Good part on the side of Paquito to actually find that. Oh my, this Veil, this is why I love this Veil pick. Random sets out of nowhere. They always catch Cambodia off guard with this Veil, as this Veil continues to dominate these flashes, spamming ults as Dogman trying to go for that Roger. No ejector needed as they will try to steal the blue buff, the purple buff rather, from Cambodia.
Yep, this might actually be a snowball from the side of the Philippines, considering the fact that Sion has been picked off twice, actually by Choco here. Solo kill, and speaking of kills, Toshi gets a kill onto D7, no sustain here for the side of Cambodia. Sion goes for the like and pounce. There is still not enough damage coming in from Sion as he only has the Wind Talker at this point, knowing for a fact that the Philippines already got 2 turtles here. So now the Philippines, they've already controlled the gold lane, and it's a matter of time that they will actually try to take in the tower on the top side, but they can't just let Fury take in that bot side. So it seems like Kirk and Toshi will be switching their lanes right now as the Philippines gets another tower on the top side.
And as the Philippines gets another tower on the top side, Fury on the other hand brings down the tier 1 tower at the bot lane but is so far away from that turtle side. So I think the Philippines will have another uncontested turtle, and I believe they will take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane with Uranus after this turtle clash.
Yeah, if you take a look at the gold lead as well for the side of the Philippines, Dogman is the roamer here for the Philippines. And if you check out Dogman's gold, he has much more gold up against Sion, the jungler here of Cambodia. That's saying a lot. That is really saying a lot, considering the fact that the Philippines already got in 2 turtles. They also have a lot of objectives here. And it's paying off really well here for Choco. He has been getting solo kills here on to Sion, to the actually even to a point that Cambodia can't even get their own resources here. So it's a matter of Philippines just taking the objectives here. I think that's really what they wanted to do. It's all about the objectives in this game. As Cambodia, they are really struggling to find that opening up against the Philippines as they continuously take towers after towers, objectives after objectives.
Dogman and Rage actually doing wonders for the side of the Philippines as their positioning always being at the right place and at the right time. I believe Dogman and Rage doing everything they can to speed in this game and actually finish this before that Sicilian and that Roger scales up, because they're going to be a late game problem. As you notice, most trends here in the competition is that when Sicilian it has scaled up, teams have trouble bursting down their base, bursting down their inhibitor towers despite the gold deficit. So I believe they will really try to push the pace of this game and finish it early, as Paquito going right after that. Uranus, the power spike coming from that Paquito, but not enough to bring down or to burn down this Uranus. Still trying to go right after that Uranus as both teams tries to disengage.
Philippines with a 3k gold lead, and if you take a look at the items, it's still the Philippines winning this one. Choco already has the Malefic Roar. We've seen this yesterday, the Paquito of Choco securing in the Malefic Roar first, which means he is ready to go in for the dives. He's ready to go in for the burst up against Cambodia. And if you take a look at Cambodia's items, we only have like one item for Sion, building on his third, but take a look at the damage as well coming in from Seacat. You can kind of see the power spike from Seacat Sicilian. You see the Lightning Truncheon being purchased already in this 9-minute mark. Not to mention, I'm actually curious how many stacks he has at this point, because one hit actually did a lot of damage up against Toshi.
And as you can see, Clint was able to successfully dodge the attack of that Popple. Actually, one bar left, 1% of his life is remaining, but successfully evades the attack of this Popple and Koopa as we go into this technical pause. Your thoughts? Actually, Popple was winning the gold lane.
Yeah, he was
but
winning.
somehow the Philippines still won the rotation, still dictated the pace of the game, and actually dictated the flow of the rotation. So how did that happen?
Yeah, actually, what happened there was okay. They ganked Fury on the bot side. Okay, they ganked Fury. They did take the tower, and right after that, there was a little bit of switch up. We've seen Toshi actually go to the top side to push in the tower, as Kirk tried to sustain the bot side. So if you take a look at the towers that we have right now, Philippines already took 2. That's the top side as well as the bot side. They are trying to get this middle lane as well. So I feel like the Philippines, they wanna take as much towers as fast as possible, especially since the lineup here of the Cambodia is actually quite deadly as well. It's not just Rage here with this Veil. It's also Seacat with this Sicilian that is actually scaling up quite well.
I actually agree that the Philippines will try to focus their attacks on the remaining tier 1 and tier 2 towers on the side of Cambodia, as the Lord will indeed pop up in a matter of seconds. So they need to push those lanes, all lanes, so they will be able to secure another objective, another uncontested objective. As we can see from the previous turtles, they actually got the turtles uncontested. Never once was it contested. So now I'll be expecting a good push on the side of the Philippines as they try to take down the Lord afterwards.
Yeah, the Lord, it's still quite early to tell, but you can kind of see the damage that's coming out from these heroes. My biggest the biggest problem actually for the Philippines here is the Popol and Pupa of Fury. He has already secured 3 items. He has the most gold. Actually, it's great. It's great that he has a lot of gold. Being the gold laner here for the side of Cambodia, he has already secured the BOD as well as the Windtalker. So it's going to be a fast push as well. Given the fact if Cambodia does get the necessary pickoffs that they need to get, but what's scary here as well are the setups from the Philippines, the ejectors from Dogman, as well as the split coming in from Kirk, which is actually going to be a problem for Cambodia to actually dish out the damage that they want to happen. But right now, the Philippines is looking really good. They took in 2 towers, and right now, perhaps going in for the Lord, the not yet the Luminous Lord, by the way, maybe perhaps the first Lord of the game. They can take it, perhaps push in the tower in the mid side, and take control of the map.
I do believe that they really have to watch out for that Jawhead alongside, who's the other one? Jawhead alongside that
Glue,
Veil.
and the Paquito,
Glue,
yeah, and Veil.
Blue and Veil, as you can see. Veil, Rage with that Veil seems to have good position every single time alongside Dogman. They're always in the right place at the right time. That's why this Jawhead actually has more gold, as you mentioned, than the jungler of Cambodia. As the game continued and as we approach the 10-minute mark, both teams still focusing on getting resources as much as they can. As Ejector on that Uranus, Veil will knock off that Uranus, but will disengage. But Blue still continues to go right after that Uranus, still sustaining his health, sustaining his own ground, as we see Cambodia trying to force out a clash and clearing the lanes here in the mid lane. What will Fury, what will Sion do as they wait here in the bush?
Toshi and Dogman and Rage, these trio, the trio that you see that's actually rotating around the map. So right now, one setup here from Rage in a possible clash here in the Lord pit. Toshi goes in. Lord is half HP now. So Philippines, they are preparing to secure this Lord, as Cambodia, they're still quite far away from this Lord pit. So I feel like it's going to be a free Lord. Cambodia is not going to contest. They're just going to look to push in the tower on the bot side. Fury has been relentless on trying to take in towers so far. He has been doing good. He has already secured 1 tower on the bot side. Perhaps maybe Fury will rotate to the top side. Yeah, he's actually rotating to the top side to take that tower, that first tier tower rather, of the Philippines on the top side. But mind you, Philippines, we have the Lord advantage here. So now Philippines, they are looking to equalize by taking this mid lane, and perhaps Cambodia knows this very well. So it's a matter of split pushes now for the Philippines. They need to take in the towers as fast as possible.
At the 11-minute mark, did you see what Veil did to that Rafaela along with that Popol? Almost a one-hit delete combo. The scaling of this Veil at the 11-minute mark is impeccable. So Cambodia really needs to watch out for this Veil. Actually, really needs to watch out for every single Filipino here from the team of the Philippines as they try to take down this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Lord continues to push that tier 2 tower in the top lane. Uranus nowhere to go as they will be forced to another clash here right now. Popol going right after the Blue, but Blue with a split, being able to dash everything that you're giving him. And as the Lord goes down, the clash will also end, and the Philippines will have to focus on the resources instead.
And now the biggest factor that will come into play here for the Philippines is Rage. Okay, you mentioned this Rage's Veil. Okay, if you take a look at his items right now, and you can see why he's dishing out so much damage. I think I saw in the comment section, they're like, what is that insane damage coming in from Rage? He already has the Genius Wand, the Arcane Boots, and the Holy Crystal. So it's just a matter of time. If you take a look at the defensive items here from Cambodia, there is no Athena's Shield yet. Okay, maybe perhaps most of the heroes here from Cambodia, they're building more on the physical defense side, given the fact that Toshi is already poking so much damage up against Cambodia, as well as Choco. So Dogman, conceal play is here. Nothing much from the side of the Philippines, but Rage's positioning here could set up a play for the Philippines, or perhaps could get like 2 or 3 heroes from the side of Cambodia.
Both teams playing passively right now as the Philippines acknowledges the scaling of that Cecilia and of course that Popol and Kupa. So they will play safe as they wait for the Lord to come up after 20 seconds. And I believe this will be the Luminous Lord as Vale tries to knock up that Uranus, but Uranus indeed has already have sustainable items. That's why he wasn't able to get a lot of damage. And now we will see. I hope that Cambodia tries to go for this Lord, because you know that when they have the Luminous Lord, it's really assurance that inhibitor towers will fall down, or whoever gets the
once
Lord.
again,
so now as we see.
I was gonna point out that Kirk is actually doing a split push there on the bot side, splitting up the team of Cambodia, which means that someone has to take care of that lane, right? And it's going to be the Philippines that will actually take in this Lord. So, I mean, with the composition here of Cambodia, without ATM, there's really no one to sustain all the damage that the Philippines is actually putting out. I mean, Fury is actually quite is going to be scaling up quite well here with the items that he has. He has the BOD, the Windtalker, as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. So a lot of pokes from Cambodia, but we see that the Philippines is actually quite prepared from the pokes that will be coming in from the Cambodian team as well. Now the Philippines has the advantage of the Luminous Lord that is now marching in on the bot side. The least that the Philippines can do is actually take in more inhibitor towers, but that's quite an early engage coming in from Dogman, getting bursted down there by the members of Cambodia. But with that being said, the Philippines also exchanges it for the second tier tower on the top side.
Another mistake after mistake after mistake for both teams, as that Jawhead really initiated a 1-on-5 clash in the mid lane as the Lord. They didn't wait for the Lord instead, as I believe Cambodia will successfully take down this Luminous Lord, as Popol and the Sicilian actually scaled up pretty well, as Glue will try to initiate here in the bot lane, but successfully Cambodia will not defend their tier 3 tower. Their tier 3 tower indeed falls down despite not having Jawhead on the side of the Philippines.
Yep, the pokes from CCAT as well as Fury, it's going to be deadly this time around, and the Philippines knows it very well. CCAT already securing in the Ice Queen 1, so that's a lot of stuns, a lot of slows from the side of Cambodia, given the fact that they have a Popol and Koopa. They also have a Rafaela, so I feel like the Philippines right now, it's quite scary to initiate the clashes that they want to have, especially since they have this Jawhead for a potential pickup. So now, I'm kind of waiting for Dogman to actually have that ejector on perhaps CCAT or perhaps even Fury at this case.
Ejector on that Uranus, but will Uranus fall in the hands of 4 members of the Philippines? Yes, indeed, Uranus will fall in the hands of Vale as Philippines continue to pursue the remaining members of Cambodia. Uranus will fall down as the Philippines continue to gang up on these resources, continue to wait for the minion wave as they try to take down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Sicilian continuing to micromanage, continuing to clear out the lanes to be able to defend that tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Yep, the reason why the Philippines can't actually push forward with the lanes is because of the pokes of Cambodia. I mentioned this earlier, a lot of stunts as well. So it's very difficult right now for Dogman to actually initiate, especially since there's also a lot of traps that he has to step on right now. Fury's setting up all of the traps here. But with that being said, 16-minute mark, so we are going into almost a late game here. But take a look at the damage from CCAT. That's just one fat impact from this Sicilian. So I feel like the Philippines, they know that the composition here of Cambodia is a ticking time bomb. They have to deal with CCAT. They also have to deal with Fury, but they also have to take this Lord to further push forward. They still have 2 inhibitor towers here for Cambodia, and with that being said, they have to make the time work for now as they take in this Lord. But I feel like Cambodia will try to contest this one. Dengan.
Roger still going right after that Blue as no one tries to take down the Lord. The Lord will reset, but Vale on the other hand turns things around as they were able to take down that Roger. Ejector on that Uranus. Uranus will try to escape, but the knockup from Vale will set Uranus flying as 4, 4, 5. The whole team of the Philippines going right after that Uranus, but look at Popol and Koopa. Look at that Fury trying to push the mid lane as he takes down the tier 2 tower, but the Lord indeed was reset by the team of Cambodia. Another uncontested Lord for the side of the Philippines. How will Cambodia manage to defend another Luminous Lord in the 17th minute mark?
Yeah, it's crazy how Sion is has been picked off so many times in this game. Like if you take a look at his gold, he has the least gold, I think. For the side of Cambodia, he has been picked off early stages of the game, and right now, even despite the fact that he already has items, he can't seem to do the dives that he wants to do because there is Choco that can burst him down at any given moment, and at the same time, you also have the split coming in from Kirk. So it's not easy to go in for the like and pound. So right now, what Cambodia can do is heavily rely on CCAT right now. CCAT and Fury is the key here for Cambodia to possibly have the pickoffs that they want. But of course, Philippines, they are trying to go in for the objective takes. They get in the inhibitor here on the mid side as they are forced to back away every time CCAT pops in that opening. Lord is still up, by the way, here for the side of the Philippines. They can possibly end this right now with one miracle pickoff here.
Clint will bring down that Uranus, but on the side of Cambodia will bring down that Jaws. Paquito still trying to go after that Sicilian. Sicilian will pop Paquito's ult, but no! The game actually ended. Sicilian killing Paquito, popping his ult, then killing him again. But they forgot about the base again. The base was so vulnerable from the team of the Philippines as they were able to take down the base and take another sweep against Cambodia. What an amazing performance on the side of the Philippines.
In a relatively longer game than game number 1, they ended this in the 19-minute mark. CCAT was already dangerous at this point. Very, very dangerous. If you see every bat impact that he landed on the members of the Philippines, it was really deadly, especially for Choco and Doc Men that really needs to control this CCAT Sicilian. But at the same time, if you take a look at the stats, mostly their gold laners were doing the pushes. Fury, of course, 100% rate on tower takes, but it was Toshi sealing the deal by taking in the final tower here. It was Philippines actually winning in the objective takes here. It was just a matter of objective takes, despite the fact that what Cambodia wanted was for the late game. And that was it. Philippines takes this with a clean sweep.
Another amazing performance on the side of the Philippines despite the momentum coming off from a 2-0 sweep from Cambodia. The Philippines still manages to contain Cambodia. Despite Cambodia in the first game having their comfort picks, the Philippines were able to utilize the S-test, to utilize the sustain. And now on the game 2, they were actually the initiators, the aggressor with that Docman Jawhead, with that Veil. And now it seemed to do wonders for the side of the Philippines as they take game 2 and of course game 1 for a 2-0 clean sweep against Cambodia.
Yeah, this is why I love how the Philippines drafts. I mean, not so often do you see a Veil in the composition, and I love how the Philippines was actually able to utilize these heroes that aren't well, I would say top tier meta picks, but they actually made it work. Rage was actually the MVP for that game. Once again, impeccable positioning on the Sicilian, on the Veil. So I really have to commend Rage there, but as well as the entire team from the Philippines for actually securing the series for day number 2 with a clean sweep with a 2-0 up against Cambodia. But that's about it for the game between the Philippines and Cambodia. But right now, Dengan will be passing it back once again to Miss I.
And the Philippines remain undefeated as Cambodia takes the fall for game 2. But they did hold it out as long as they can, with CCAT having that insane damage right there. So still hats off to our 2 regions, and congratulations Philippines for getting those clean sweeps for 2 days straight now. So a lot of things happened today. And I'm just going to give you a very short recap before our casters will fill you in on the entire summary of day 2 and what's going to happen tomorrow. So far, it's Myanmar, Philippines, and Cambodia who took clean sweeps for day 2 today. Laos, don't worry, not falling far behind because day 1, they also took a 2-0 against Brunei. And as with Myanmar and Cambodia, as in a stalemate, they caught themselves in a neck-to-neck here, which will be having a tiebreaker in one of these days, the entire 2 weeks of our Razer C Invitational. And I think we can invite the casters to join me in the scene today to just give us like a summary. of what happened in day 2. Hello! How are
We're
you
back
guys?
here. Well,
Long
we're
time
doing
no
great
see.
actually. Long time no see indeed. But this is day number 2, and like what I mentioned, let's give you guys a quick recap on what happened today. And on behalf of Dengan, we started out the day with Cambodia and Laos, with Cambodia actually sweeping Laos with a 2-0. And next up, we had Laos up against Myanmar. Still the same situation. It wasn't a very good day for Laos, as Myanmar takes in the second series with a clean sweep up against Laos as well. So it was a 2-0. And finally, for the very anticipated game rather for the Philippines and Cambodia, the Philippines actually took a clean sweep once again against Cambodia. So it was a match that the Philippines waited for, and they were in for a treat actually. 2-0 up against Cambodia.
And actually,
Actually,
that will conclude. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ingen.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Actually,
You're
that will
live.
conclude the Group A stage for the tournament. So tomorrow, we will see exciting and new teams for the Group B stages like Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. So tomorrow, we will see a new cast of members, new cast of heroes, new cast of players, and of course, the same and exciting games brought to you by Razer.
And it is time for this regions to shine tomorrow. And of course, once again, that wraps up our day 2. We have 10 more days to go, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. And it's going to be more exciting here in Razer's Invitational. I hope you guys had fun. Don't forget to like and follow this page, Team Razer, because tomorrow is day 3 happening here on Team Razer Facebook page, so that you are notified. The first thing when we go live, at least you will see our faces again, and the very handsome Ingen and the very lovely Burger Kim just bringing out and giving life to our games for today. Thank you so much, Ingen and Burger Kim. Did so well today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you too. I believe you have a lot of fans in the comment section. So yeah. I mean, okay. Yeah, to Aya's fan, she's quite busy on the back lines. But yeah, I mean, we did so great today, and once again, we thank Razer for actually having us for this invitational. It's such a treat to watch all these players from different regions actually playing, and I learned a lot actually from the different regions. There's so many new heroes, new metas from different regions. So I'm actually quite surprised. Johnson, right, was the highlight for today. I believe Ingen is still not over that.
Do you have something to say, Ingen?
What's your gas? You can't seem to run out of gas, Johnson.
That was some crazy driving right there.
Yeah, I know.
It's like driving in Manila traffic, But anyways, thank you once again to Razer, for gamers and by gamers, and also to Tier 1 Entertainment for making this event possible. But that's all we have for today. We're going to be saving up our strength because tomorrow is a new day, a new fight. Another
new fight.
Yes,
another competition. I kind of want to say, Aya, that sounded like a song, like you're trying to write, right? A new day, a new fight. It sounds like lyrics to your new single. It sounds like your lyrics to your new single.
Catch it, my new single coming out tomorrow. That's why you have to be here tomorrow.
By Aya and Maria.
Yes. Okay, so thank you once again. My name's Aya Maria, and with our amazing and phenomenal casters, Ingen and Burger Kim. See you guys tomorrow, and good night.